Hey, I'm Quack, and this is my new series, No Yellow X, where I'll be limiting my Ultimate Ironman account to, you guessed it, No Yellow X. For those unfamiliar, a yellow X appears when you click a walkable tile and tell your character to walk here. In contrast, other actions like chopping a tree, mining rocks, or attacking monsters will be indicated by a red X. This account will be limited to clicking red X actions only, meaning no freely walking around with yellow clicks. This is No Yellow X. First time in, it's actually years that I've been on a brand new account. I don't. This is such a interesting sensation, just kind of figuring out where to go, what to do. So, first things first, some things I should discuss about the account. This account is called No Yellow X because I cannot. I'm left clicking right now, but I cannot click to walk anywhere. And I'm using the custom menu swaps plugin, and I just typed in walk here. If I take this off, I have the option to walk here. If I put it back on, I have the option to cancel, and that's about it. However, I do have the option to move by using options that result in the red X popping up, hence the name No Yellow X. So I'd like to talk about the different rules for the account. First and foremost, no actions resulting in a yellow X, hence the name of the account, No Yellow X. This has been removed with a plugin, however, I'm sure that there are still ways to accomplish this. Regardless, that's a no-go for this account. Number 2, no following other players. This includes no initiating trades or challenges in order to facilitate movement. Additionally, no using items or fun weapons on other players. Number 3, no moving with the minimap. The plugin does not remove the ability to click on the minimap in order to move, so I'm just going to be avoiding that altogether. I still like having the minimap just for visual reference, and I will still be using the interactive world map and the orbs surrounding the minimap. I just will not be clicking on the minimap in order to move my character. Next, I'm sure some of you watching have also seen Soup's Gielinor games and are familiar with this concept since the No Seeing Red challenge was effectively a relay race following this rule set. One main change that I am implementing is I am allowing the ability to right click. I think for a relay race, not right clicking and having it be a punishable aspect of the race is great for that style, but for an entire account build, I think that would be incredibly prohibitive and not in the spirit of this account. So I will be able to right click. And lastly, I won't be doing any resets like dropping stuff in my inventory or penalizing the account in some way because I am using the custom menu plugin to just remove the walk here option altogether. While I had initially toyed with the idea of penalizing the account if I accidentally yellow clicked, I figured that this would be a much more enjoyable and practical way to still experience the limitations of the account while not making it an unplayable experience for someone like me who will just left click the ground out of complete habit, even if I'm not trying to move anywhere. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I think a good starting place right off the bat is probably going to be to knock out some quests. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and let's do that. Let's do Cook's Assistant, just to kind of move around a bit, because I've only moved through Tutorial Island, and that was kind of interesting. So we're gonna move here, and you'll notice I'm not clicking on the ground. I do have the walk here option under players, which is kind of strange, so I'm just going to be careful not to do that. Oh, shit. Okay. To cook. Okay, so it's been so long. Pot of flour, egg, bucket of milk, right? Okay, I have a pot, have that bucket. We're gonna go chop this tree. Something that I think is gonna be pretty important to get early on is gonna be agility. I mean, it's one of my like go-to skills to train early on an account, just because it's so crucial to like navigating everything quickly and efficiently. Oh, whoops! Oh, shit. Okay, that's probably gonna happen a lot. No, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna keep forgetting to cancel the chop animation somehow. Okay, so we're gonna milk. Cool. There's a lot of examine options. Detecting eggs. Will it seriously run me all the way over there? Oh, dude, I keep going up here to the mini map to try and click. Can I? Now I can hide the mini map on. Oh, I like having it as a reference. Oh, whoops. I'm just gonna have to be careful about not accidentally clicking it just out of pure habit. All right, perfect. First quest without yellow clicks completed. I think I'm just gonna try and run through a couple of these, and some pretty good early XP rewards that can be. Oh, cool. First book of knowledge. Cool. All right, 15 minutes in, got our first XP random. That's kind of cool. I think I'm just gonna get some levels up real quick while I kind of think about what I'm doing. Oh, so something I think I should figure out first is, like, is there a way to stop? So like right now, if I want to talk to him, I just opened the like interface, and that's kind of what I thought was gonna help, but that didn't really do anything. Let's get the armor. I've never actually worn this set of armor before. So part of my problem is if I want to stop on like this tile, for whatever reason, I can click this, but then my character will path that way, but I want to be able to stall or cancel animation on that tile. It's even my equipment tab. Okay, cool. Cool. Series over. Cool. So I have that set to my F key. Sweet. That's a little easier. Alright, there's level 3 attack, which brings me up to combat level 4, the first combat level on the account, hopefully of many. I decided to come over and fight some goblins for a couple reasons. One, just because they drop some basic gear upgrades. You know, I just got a bronze square shield. And they also drop easy and beginner clues. And I think it would be a really cool early goal on this account to try and complete a beginner or easy clue. You know, there are quite a few complications that could pop up with this style of account and with how my movement is locked, and I think that would be very interesting to play out and could lead to some potentially interesting scenarios where I have to find creative solutions to help navigate this account. I do want to try and get my agility up a little bit. It's just such a crucial part of early account mobility. And especially on an account with movement restrictions like this one, I think having higher agility early on is going to be such a huge time saver for me. I think in addition to that, getting my magic level up so I can unlock some early city teleports would also be pretty huge. Gonna have to find a way to get some runes on this account that isn't just spamming the magic tutor, but I'll figure that part out as we go. Beyond that, my other medium-term goals include Slayer. There's just so many good unlocks that come along with Slayer, not just in terms of like supplies, but also the gear that they drop and the locations they unlock. So that's a huge part of my like medium-term goals, especially getting 55 Slayer so I can unlock the Slayer helm and the black mask. In addition to Slayer, I also think medium-term I want to take on Barrows. I think Barrows just has an insane amount of like good unlocks, you know, from the runes that you get to the armor pieces. It's just all around just a good medium-term goal. I do have a particular long-term goal for this account that I think will be our end game, and I'll talk about that in this episode, but that'll be much later in the video. So I think I am going to want some agility levels, and I am going to want graceful. Even if I can't store it just yet, I think having the graceful set just for running around, the set bonus is just so good. And I think I can probably... Oh. Well, that was actually where I was going to go with that. Charlie the Tramp and Rock. Okay. Guess I can go here. Where's the... I need the... Where's the little jump? Isn't there like a little jump in the fence? Yeah, jump over fence. Is that... That's an agility requirement, isn't it? 13 agility. Yeah, we'll get there. Okay. Okay, we gotta talk to Charlie. Coat Pike. 25. Shit. Okay. Fishing rod and fishing bait. I don't think I have either of those. Great. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. So I don't think I need these runes right now. I guess I could just use these up and I guess I might as well, right? Get the mage XP from them. safe spot. Okay, there you go. So if I keep clicking on, oh, there's do magic. If I keep clicking on the fishing spot to move my guy back, or to move myself back, oh well, then I'm out of runes. Cool. I don't think I need those currently. I'll keep the coins just because I'll wield that. Drop the bronze spear. I think I like the sword more currently. Yeah, I'll do that. Actually no, what am I doing? I'm gonna drop that. Oh, you know what? I can drop this because there's a pickaxe spawn in Lumbridge Castle. Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go, level 5. So I know I'm here for fishing XP, but it seems just wasteful to drop all of these shrimp without at least cooking it first. Alright, there we are, 20. We can now actually cook the pike for this clue scroll. And here we go, big level, 15 fishing. We can now catch anchovies. So something else I realized, I'm going to need fishing bait. And to get fishing bait, I need to visit a fishing shop. And I think nearest fishing shop for me is going to be this one over in Port Sarim, which I don't think is too bad of a trek. I'm gonna have to watch out for the dark wizards over here, as well as the jailer over here, but because I need the fishing bait in order to catch the pike that I need for the clue scroll. And I think that's really the only place I can get it somewhat nearby. Alright, so I think I'm on my last inventory or two of fish, and then I'm going to make the trek over to Draenor. So what I'm thinking, instead of dropping this last inventory, I think I'm going to try and at least keep my anchovies, just in case, just so I have some food, because I'm gonna need something to just have some sort of healing on my way over there. Yeah, so I'm gonna cook all these, but I'm going to only drop the shrimp and whatever I burn. Then I'm gonna try and keep a full inventory of anchovies to make the trip over to Draenor. All right, and perfectly spaced out in the inventory. There's 25 fishing. I can now try fishing for pike, which coincidentally is what I need for this. Well, not coincidentally, that's actually exactly what I'm going for. So uncoincidentally, that is what I need for this clue scroll. I'm going to cook this last inventory. I might keep the shrimp. I don't know. We'll see. All right, and without burning anything, we have a full inventory. Actually, I'm gonna take that just to have it. Cool. So the plan now is I need to head over to Port Sarim fishing shop because I need fishing bait. And I think while I'm at Draenor, I'm gonna just do some agility and get my agility up to like 20 or something. And then when I have the fishing rod, I have the bait, I'll just teleport back here with the home telly, and then I'll just head north to try the tramp, and then we can get the next clue on this beginner clue. So we made it to Draenor. Didn't even have to touch the food. We are just going to run some laps now. Now, this is one piece of content that I don't think changes on this account compared to normal. Because you just... Oh, one lap is all it took for another agility level. Sweet, this is going to be quick. Shit. You might as well take it. Is it 260 to get an entire graceful set? Maybe because I don't have any good cape options this early on. Hold on. What's a graceful cloak? Graceful cloak, 40 marks of grace. 40 is easy. I could do 40. Yeah, okay. So that's what I'll do. I think because I don't have any good options for capes early on, outside of like a black cape. Dude, I'm getting like a friggin' agility level per lap. This is sweet. Yeah, I'm just gonna save up 40 marks of grace from agility, and I'm gonna get a graceful cloak. That'll be the only piece of graceful I unlock for a bit. Man, these agility levels are flying, and I haven't even been here more than like 3 minutes, and I'm already like level 4 agility. This is sweet. Yeah, my next upgrades from the graceful cloak are going to be probably Ava's device or the fire cape. So the fire cape is going to be one of my first big goals on this account. I think with most locked accounts, that's a pretty big early goal. I don't see myself having too much trouble with it. Again, that may change when it actually comes time for me to do the fight caves. I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to get reliable source of ammo and stuff on this account. I don't know how I'm going to get food. But yeah, so we'll cross that bridge when we build it. So here I am on the last lap. We are actually a little luckier than I thought we were going to be on the marks of grace. We are going to hit 20 agility and get this last mark of grace, which will put us up to 6 on the same lap. So here's 20 agility. We can now use the Al-Kharid course, and we're going to snag this extra mark of grace before continuing on to our original destination, the fishing shop. See, it's easy to navigate with all these trees around, so as long as I stick somewhere with lots of trees, we're fine. There's Garant. Yeah, okay. Well, so we are going to buy a fishing rod and that's pretty expensive. By 10, because I don't know if it's guaranteed for you to get a pike, and I really don't want to have to come back here again. And then we are going to Home Telly, back to Lumbridge. So there are fishing spots up here. So if I bait these spots, these should give me a pike. Okay, cool. Raw pike. Going to light the log. And we're going to attempt to cook the pike. Cool. We're just going to cook all of these. I am so bad at like hovering that minimap. I'm going to click it, I swear. Wait, can I can jump over this fence. First actual agility obstacle on the account. I can jump over it. Alright, so this part I'm a little worried about because of these dark wizards and their affinity for accounts my level. So I'm just gonna go through these trees back here and close this door. Charlie should be somewhere up here. There he is. Hey, and there we go. We have our second clue. Near the open desert areas, go past me. Shanty Pass? Oh, for fuck's sake. We gotta go all the way back. Damn it. Okay. Man. I'm just gonna go back to Shanty. And of course I stopped recording on the 1 kill. But there we go. Should be pay toll. Now we're through the gate. Cool. Or was it close curtain? All right, and here we're going to talk to Shanty. Let's see if this is a 2-step or a 3-step. New clue. Oh, that's in Falador. Okay. Shucks. Okay, well, I'm here in Al-Kharid. Now I'm going to do some rooftop agility and get 30. I think I'm going to have to go back through Varrock, and I'll just get another agility threshold when I'm up there. I don't think I'm going to try and get all the way to 50 to do Falador, but I'll get some, just because it's making a huge difference in the time I'm spending walking versus running. Alrighty. And there we are, 30 agility. We want to go do this clue scroll, which is in Falador. Let's go ahead and home Tully real quick. I'm pretty sure the Lumbridge General Store has spades in stock. Trade. Nice. Let's talk to Count Check. Teleport to the stronghold. Ooh, I got a lamp. I'm just going to do it on prayer for now. I know it's not the most efficient, but whatever. Okay. So this is a bit of a challenge because I need to get on that tile exactly. Will this take me directly onto that tile if I chop this tree? No. Okay. How do I get on it? Like, it won't work if I do it from... Oh, it will. Okay. I don't need to be exactly on that tile. I can just do it from here. Cool. Okay. So the first reward casket on the account, the first beginner clue, has been done. I don't know what the possible loot table is for this. I just know it's either horrible or like top tier fashionscape. So let's see. Well, it is an upgrade, so that's good. I have level 1 ranged, so I think I'll have to train that up a little bit. Alright, well there's 10 combat, or 10 attack. We're just gonna attack some goblins. There it is, first range level on the account. Alright, total level of 150. We just got level 4 ranged. I believe that means we can join clan chats now. There is 5 ranged, which means that I can now wield this oak shortbow, and I can get rid of this normal shortbow. Unfortunately, I was an idiot and destroyed the training bow, thinking that I could use the training arrows with the normal bow, and you cannot. So kind of limited on the ammo that I have until I can reclaim those arrows again from the range tutor. This should at least be an improvement. One of the reasons I came back to goblins for training is because they have this little fishing spot right here that I can just use up the rest of the fishing bait that I got earlier and just get some pike. That'll be a nice little sustainable food source while I'm training here for a bit. Just killing some goblins, and I got my second beginner clue. Let's see where this takes us. Okay, it's Champions Guild. Alright. Yeah, let's try doing this. Oh, there's a mugger up here. Shoot, I'm gonna have to be fast. Shit. Okay. Talk to Charlie the Tramp. Okay, well that's convenient. Okay, there we go. Alright, first, like, actual run-in. Raw trout. Okay, easy. I need feathers, though. Where can I get feathers. I think that's going to be my closest one. Ah, shucks. You know what? I need a fly fishing rod too. You know what? Because I don't want to go down to Port Sarim feeling like I just walked all the way up here and I'm having to walk all the way back, I'm just going to do some agility. And I'm just going to bang out like, what, 40 agility while I'm here. Alright, just a little bit of fashionscape obtained on the account. Second clog item. Yeah, we're gonna rock this for a bit. Alrighty, 39 agility, and we have our 36th mark of grace over there. I'll pick it up on this next lap. So make 36, so there's 4 more to go. Even if I'm like 1 or 2 off, if I hit 40 agility and I'm at like 39 or 38 marks, I think I might still just stick around for an extra lap or 2 just to get the full 40. Alright, so there's mark number 39, and this right here should be level 40. But even though it's a little extra, I'm just going to stay for an extra couple of minutes and just get that 40th mark just so I can leave here and go get the Graceful Cape. And there is 40 marks of grace. I'm going to finish off this lap, and then we will continue on our way to finish this clue scroll and go get us that cape. There you go, we can trade grace. That's what we wanted. We want 1 graceful cape. Boom. There it is. Our speedy zombie boy. Cool. So we're back here in Lumbers, just use my home telly. We are going to go back to Port Sarim to buy some feathers and fly fishing apparatus. And then we're gonna go do this clue. Alright, we're here. We're gonna trade Garant. And we are going to buy 1 fly fishing rod and 20 feathers, probably 30. Okay, let's head back. Alright, and here we are. We're gonna lure these spots, hopefully get a raw trout pretty quick. Alright, raw trout, easy peasy. Here we are back at Charlie the Tramp. We give him the raw trout, we get a new clue, and... oh, Reldo. Okay. That's a hot and cold clue. Reldo's the librarian, so we can just go talk to him. There we go. Talk to Reldo. He should give us a strange device, right? Yes, I do know them. Strange device. The device is cold. Okay, let's go south. This is cold and warmer than last time. Okay, so northeast of Valkyrie Mine is where we need to go. That's not too bad at all. I need to be careful walking south with those guys. I think if I turn on run, I should be okay. Oh, shit. Hold on. There's an impling over here. Please, 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 please. Take me closer to the thing. No. Okay. I have a bit of a problem. I need to go there for my clue scroll, and this is just like a little dead end. I can't actually go over this way, if I click that tree, I'm just going to start pathing somewhere else. Same if I click those trees. So I don't actually know how to get over there. I don't think that this... Yeah, so I'm a little too far away to actually dig. However, I have seen some implings around this area. So my initial thought is to hopefully find an impling and have it drag me over that way. So I'm gonna hop a couple times and see if I can make that happen. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so there's the young impling. I'm gonna try and have it lead me over that way. No, come on, please. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's actually pulling me the right way. Come on, yes. Okay, I think it might be good. What happens if I do that? Okay, this has to work. Let's fucking go. Alright, second casket on the account. Let's open it. Huh. Okay. Okay, so that is an upgrade. And I can actually drop the axe and the iron dagger. And I got my first... Oh. Well, in theory, I have my first piece of actual armor to equip once I get level 10 defense. And there is 10 defense. Just going to finish off this goblin real quick. Alright. Now we can equip black chain. That looks ridiculous. I love it. It looked like the friggin' Black Knight from the Holy Grail quest. All right. Where we left off, we got this Black Knight Titan from the Holy Grail quest cosplay going on right now. We also have this easy clue that we got last episode when we were getting 10 defense to wear the black chain body. Okay, so before we get too far into this video, I want to start off by saying thank you for the insane support from everyone on episode 1. I really cannot tell you guys how much it means to me, so thank you. I got so many comments and questions and recommendations that I wanted to provide a quick update on the account rules. Rule number 1 has not changed. I'm still not able to yellow click. However, one of my friends who is way smarter than me recommended I add another line to the custom menu plugin, which also removes the walk here option that was still showing underneath players in the previous episode. So that has been updated and we officially have removed every walk here option possible. Rule number 2, we are still not allowed to follow, trade, or challenge players to facilitate movement, and we are still not allowed to use objects on other players. However, what I forgot to include last time was that I am also not allowed to use an item on another object or piece of scenery in order to move. This would effectively turn everything into a red clickable object and would eliminate a significant amount of the challenge. So only standalone red click options are allowed. Rules 3, 4, and 5 have not changed at all. I'm still not allowed to use the minimap. I am still able to right click, and there are still no penalties for the account since there are no yellow clicks possible. I received the following comment on the previous video, which I figured I should clarify by adding rule number 6. I am not allowed to click items on the ground that other players have dropped. I can, however, click on items that I myself have dropped. effectively, I'm going by Ironman rules. If my ultimate Ironman can pick up the item, I am allowed to red click it. But if I would get the message saying as an Ironman I cannot pick up items other players have dropped, then it's off limits. Alright, with that out of the way, let's jump right into the video. We're going to start off by tackling this easy clue, which coincidentally had the same first step that we saw in the previous video in the ruins north of Falador. This was followed by another step over by McGruber's Woods. Both were easily completable and gave us our third step towards finishing our first easy clue on the account. Here's the clue that we got. We need to make a hard leather body, leather chaps, and bronze axe. Bronze axe is easy. We just go get that from Bob's Axes. I'm pretty sure leather chaps we could just get in Varrock. Hard leather body we can get in the ranging guild. It's probably more likely to just get 28 crafting and make the hard leather body. I do want to keep getting my ranged level up, so I'm going to go back over to the range tutor and claim those arrows. And there's 10 ranged. Now we have clean looking 10 combat stats down the left side. Just need 10 prayer, or approaching that quickly. And then mage, we'll probably switch to that here in a little bit. So I used up all of those training arrows and got rid of the bow again. I think now I'm going to head up towards the Stronghold of Security and try and run through, get the 10k reward that I never claimed earlier. And that should let me invest in some runes. Yeah, used up my fishing bait, cooked some pike, cooked some trout. But yeah, here we are in Stronghold of Security. And we are here on the third level to claim the remainder of our 10k. I think I am going to try and do the fourth level. That's funny. There we go. I think now I'm going to go get an air staff. I just need mind runes. Alright, so I have 1,000 mind runes now, and I still have some money left over. So right now I'm just hopping and buying some bronze arrows. I have 500 arrows. I might actually just go to Lumbridge and use all of my runes. I just got killing cows just over here training mage and got 200 total level, which is kind of funny. So I have a full inventory of cow hides now, and I'm going to go over and get them tanned. Okay, so 13 soft leathers, and then there is a crafting store over this way. There we go. And we buy a needle and thread. That seems good. And, oh, yeah, there we go. Already level 3. We are going to go back and get more. I didn't know that cows dropped clue scrolls, but we just got our third beginner clue scroll of the account. Okay, so this is a Reldo clue, so we'll hold on to this. I'm just going to keep using up these runes, doing my crafting, and then we'll head up to Varrock to do that. Why isn't there anything I can click on? I've come through this way before. Okay, there we go. That's weird. I just reached level 10 crafting, which means I can now make bowstrings. But yeah, I'm gonna keep going here and potentially switch over to doing bowstrings by picking flax in true 2007 fashion. Alright, and here we are in the flax fields for the first time. We are going to get our crafting level up so we can make the hard leather body required for the easy clue. Anyone else do that thing back in like 2008 where you'd put on a bunch of cyan and green colored robes and then go walk over to the flax field, so all of the bots that were picking flax would think you're a flax plant and start clicking you, and then you could like lure them over to like the bats by Keep LaFay and kill them? No? Just me? Okay. So I think I'm gonna try and do a couple quests. Specifically, the one I'm thinking of right now is Murder Mystery because it gives 1400 crafting XP. And I'm already over here in Camelot anyways, and so this would save me having to walk over again just to do that quest. Trade Arheim. I forgot that the general store is outside. Goddamn farmer's market. I'm gonna grab a pot, and I think this is all I need for this quest. And there is Murder Mystery done as the second quest completed on the No Yellow X account. And it's 27 crafting. Not quite 28. I'm gonna head back to the flax fields, pick some more flax. And there we are, 28 crafting. I can now make hard leather armor, which is exactly what we need for this easy clue. There we go. Hard leather body and leather chaps. Let's go get that bronze axe. And then I think I might take a bit of a different route than I usually do. I'm going to cut over through Gielinor and buy a chronicle. Cool. They can wield this, draw out the bronze square shield. Now the little goblin mage is an educated goblin mage because he has a book, which means he reads and he's smart. He can do things. And actually, we're going to try this out right now. That is so much nicer than walking all the way from Lumbridge. I'm just imagining in the context of this world, like I'm clicking on doors a lot just because those are a good red X option. And I just imagine for the first time in the city's history, there's a menace just going around closing all of the shop doors during regular business hours. Oh, dicks, dude. So the Varrock general store doesn't sell spades. I don't know why, I just kind of assumed that all general stores had similar inventory. And boom. Easy casket on No Yellow X. I'm gonna buy some more chronicle charges to put in our chronicle. There we go, 27. Much better. Boop. Okay. I want to practice getting right on the square. I know that beginner clues you don't necessarily have to. Someone informed me yesterday that for elite clues you do have to be directly on the square, and so I want to get good. Yay, there we go. We have 2 caskets. We have a beginner and an easy casket. So let's go ahead and open these then. First one, the 3rd beginner casket on the account. Okay. There we go. It's cool. Here we go. First easy clue. All right. We're probably good to start doing some more training. I want to get my combat stats up a little bit more. I might go try and do ham members just because they drop easy clues. There we go. 12 prayer and 20 combat. So now we're going to head over to Varrock and we're going to start the Daddy's Home mini quest, get a house and some construction XP. So I completely forgot that for this quest, for the mini quest, you actually need the construction items. I guess for some reason I thought that they gave you everything you needed to build the furniture for the quest, but I guess that's not the case. I am concerned though that looking at my cash stack, I may not have enough to turn all these into planks. Cool. No. Damn it. Okay. I can at least buy the nails. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pickpocket some people and hopefully just get some coins. I have the planks and I have the nails. I think I can at least start on making the repairs. So I can't build the carpet, but I can like build all the tables and stuff. And that at least clear up the inventory space. Then I could just find something else to make some money. We are going to fix one of the worst default options. Left click, pet the dog. You think this guy, Yarlo, is just looking out his window being like, why'd the contractor I hired to come help do my house? Why is he like out in the alleyway robbing random citizens? It's like, sorry, dude, we're over budget on this project. I need to just go ahead and engage in some petty thievery to cover the costs of the contract. All right, and there it is. I have 1,953 coins. I'm going to go blow all of it on getting some bolts of cloth for this quest. So we got the planks, or the waxwood planks, we got the bolts of cloth, and we are going to go finish up this mini quest. But it ended up being way more time consuming than I expected. You know, it's done, I have a house, and I'm going to get some construction supplies as a reward from this quest, I believe. I need 2 more bolts of cloth. I'm actually going to murder someone. Yeah, whatever. I'm fine. It's okay. I'm good. I'm having fun. So to save us some time, let me run you through everything I did to try and make enough money to finish this mini quest. I started off chopping some trees to train fletching and hopefully sell some unstrung bows to the general store. This led to me getting a beginner clue nest, and after I got level 5 fletching, I made some short bows. I then realized they only sold for 9 coins each and were totally not worth it. I then got rather excited when I thought I could sell my empty nest from the beginner clue nest I got earlier. However, it turns out that you don't get to keep the nest when you take out the clue. Out of desperation, I tried completing the beginner clue to hopefully get something worth selling. So I went to the clothing store in Varrock Center for the clue step and only then realized I needed a chef's hat. I thought, no big deal, I'll just go to the fancy dress shop, which is also in Varrock. But as it turns out, while they do sell chef's hats, they don't carry any in stock. So we then go back to Lumbridge to kill some more goblins for a chef's hat, and then once again return to Varrock to continue doing the hokey pokey of the perpetually impoverished, and were somehow able to complete the clue on the first step. However, the clue reward was garbage and we were back at square zero. So, after some last-ditch acts of financial depravity, including senselessly murdering the local law enforcement and returning to a life of petty thievery, I finally found something that worked. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to try and buy some uncut gems from this gem store, cut them, and then sell them back to the guy as cut. So let's see if there's an emerald. So now if I cut this emerald and then I trade this guy, that's super nice. Do these have a different timer per world? Oh my god, dude. Yes. So I finally have like an okay moneymaker that isn't like 20 GP per hour. Alright, so I have 10 emeralds. It's 510 gold, I think, something around there. Okay, pretty happy with that. Yeah, let's go finish this freaking quest. Okay, so we're finally here. We can finally just buy 2 bolts of cloth, and we still have a little bit of money left over. We're gonna go build this dude's bed and be done with the quest. Alright, we can talk to this guy. I'm gonna go back to Marlowe. 400 construction XP, and then Marlowe's crate. Yeah, because that's super, super nice. I'm going to just use up all this construction XP and see how far it gets me. Okay, so I used the rest of the construction materials, did a little bit of extra, testing out some different training methods, and got up to 21. I think I'm going to go try and knock out some quests right now. I think the first one I'm going to try is the Witch's House. Okay, can we prepare to stop? Okay. And this. Easy. I thought that was going to be way harder than it actually was. Cool. I spoke too soon. Okay. All right. If I click talk to boy, it drags me to this corner. And then clicking these trees, and that takes me there. So if I do that, I go here, and then boom, boom. Then you should be safe spotted there, right? Going to attack the witch's experiment. I'm gonna search the sack. I'm gonna search that one. Aha. I can't open the equip screen while I'm in combat. Okay, that isn't good. Despawned. Okay. Well, I have no food. That's good to know. I can't open the equip screen while in combat. So I'm going to go back for another attempt, but I have a couple new theories that I want to test out first. There we go. That should work. Okay, so now he's attacking me. I've auto-retaliate off. Okay, cool. So emotes also work. So like if I try and chop down this tree, I can just use these emotes and that will cancel my movement even while I'm in combat. My other trick that I was going to try, and I mean might as well, can I light logs while in combat? Okay, yeah, and that moves me west. Cool. So I'll use that as well. And then I think bones, like if I do that and bury bones. Yeah, so that's how I safe spawn. I mean, that goblin's doing a nice job pretending to be an obstacle. Yeah, that's basically how I plan on safe spotting the witch's house monsters. And going to attack. Yeah, you got hit points. Okay, and then nope. Okay, gonna go back here, and we just need to go one tile. There you go, and you should walk. What? Oh, I need to run through him. And then I do this, which... Shit. I'm gonna have to... Okay, well there's the second form. Okay. I can't take too long to... shit. Okay. I can't take too long to kill this thing. Okay, yeah, we're leaving. Okay, we're telling out. Shit. That did not work. Okay, we're back again. We're going to try this a third time. I know I can kill the first one, so I'll just kill the first one and then I'll safe spot the second one. Okay, so then we attack this. Okay. And then he's here. I need a pike. Yes, okay. And then can't light a fire here. Okay. That's fine. We are going to yes, there we go. Stay spotted. Okay, cool. Need a pike. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. And then the bear's gonna spawn. And I talk to the boy. That brings me over here. I'm gonna search these sacks. Golden. All right, there we go. And then I think I can take the ball, right? Okay, hardest quest so far on the account completed, Witch's House done. 28 hit points. Sweet. All right, there's a red bead. Let's have to kill a random imp on the way over here. All right, panic. Yuri. Casket. Okay. I think this is casket number 5 on the account for beginner clues. Okay, let's open. Honestly, I feel like I have to go with the black hat just because it matches. I got 26 magic, which means I have the Varrock teleport unlocked. However, I want to unlock a couple other teleports, namely jewelry. Like the games necklace would be super useful, especially for the quest I'm about to do, which is the waterfall quest. So I went through and did some more buying gems, cutting them, selling them back, and I ended up getting 42k, which is the most money we've had on this account so far. And I was just kind of like semi paying attention and ended up popping every single world and then hopping back to 302, which is the one I started on. So it's kind of funny. So that's about how much I can expect to make from one like full session of doing this. And I think they take about 6 hours to restock. Anyways, I was getting this money because I need cosmic runes. So I am going to head to the wilderness and we are going to make a run over to the mage arena, and we're going to stock up on cosmic runes and law runes. The cosmics will just be to enchant some jewelry, and then the law runes will be for teleports. And I also want to telegrab. I don't have the mining and smithing level for gold bars just yet, but I do have the crafting level. So if I can telegrab the gold bar in the Varrock basement and then just use some of those sapphires and emeralds, I can make some games necklaces and rings of dueling that'll fill my necklace and my ring slot. And if I just have a stack of like law runes and cosmic runes, then I should be able to just kind of grab those as I need them. So that's the plan. All right, so I'm gonna head to the mage arena. I'm gonna let my run energy restore super quick. Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem. So while I was waiting for my run energy to restore, I had this thought, like, what if I actually have nothing to yellow click up there? And it made me a little worried, and so I just went ahead and hopped on my main and just kind of like went up there and tried to see if I could. And I don't think I'm going to be able to just yellow click from the lever. So I have an idea of how I'm going to get around it. It is pretty risky, but we're gonna try it. The issue is if I go into the wilderness, I can click on the web in order to slash the web and cut through it. But beyond that, like once I get to the web, I can't actually click anything. I'm too far east. So I'm unable to actually like reach anything that I could red click to. So I'm kind of stuck there. So my solution to this is when you light a fire, if you are able to move to the tile to your west, you light the fire and then you walk off of it to the west. So my thought is I can use the hellhounds that are there to kind of lure me out of that little like area that you're kind of stuck in that little alcove with the web. And then once I'm in the clear, I can try and light some fires and push myself one tile at a time to the west. And that should hopefully bring me within range of something over there that I could click to pull me closer that direction. What I'm doing now is I'm lighting a couple inventories of logs just to get my fire making up a little bit, because what happens if you're low fire making is you just get stuck trying to light a log for several seconds. And considering I am in deep wilderness where anyone can attack me, I am a sitting duck with my entire account's worth of stuff on my person. So what I'm doing is I'm just getting up some fire making levels just so I have to spend less time doing this. Okay, here we go. The web is slashed already. Okay. Gonna slash the web. I don't like that there's some bones over there already. Someone died. Okay. I hopped. Yeah, see, these trees don't have cut options. They have examine options, and I can't reach anything over here. So what I'm gonna do, I have to be quick. Okay. So I'm gonna attack the hellhound. My equipment's right here. Then, come on. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Okay. I could not. Okay. So there's the web. Oh my god. Okay. Almost there. Go on. Oh, and we're in. Holy shit. Okay, that probably didn't require me getting 20 fire making, but I mean, it is kind of crazy how close that web is to being clickable from that entrance. And you're not able to, but like I could not get that to pop up from that entry point. So I'm glad that I was able to push myself over with the logs. Okay, cool. So now I can actually do what I came up here to do, which is buy law runes and cosmic runes. So how much are these? So expensive, but that's why I also got a lot of coins. So I think I'm probably just gonna buy the whole stack of cosmic runes. Well, I think that's probably good for now. Now I get to do this for the first time on the account. Ah, that is so nice. Okay, and so now I'm safe back in Varrock. I went ahead and just burned the rest of my logs just to get rid of them. I do want to get that gold bar. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go train some mage, but I'm going to go do this over at, where is it? I'm going to go over near the Ardoin Monastery just because there's a lot of imps there. I just happened to kill one while I was running. and got a red bead. And if I can get the other 3, I could just complete Imp Catcher super quick, and then that would give me the Amulet of Accuracy. Alright, well, that was easy. 31 KC for all 4, only 1 dupe. I got a single mage level from that. I thought that was going to be a lot harder. Imp Catcher done. We have the Amulet of Accuracy. Yeah, he jumps out and attacks people as I'm currently just wind striking him to death. Yes, he is clearly the menace here. There's definitely a distinction between what they're saying he does and what I currently am doing. Ha, the other guy's blocking him. Shit. Well, there's 33 magic and I'm about to get attacked by a guard, but I think I got it. The fuck just happened to her neck? Jesus. So we're back down here in the basement. I think if I try and take this gold bar, yep, it's gonna be closer. And then I'm going to cast Telegrab on the gold bar. Boom. There it is. We're going to make our emerald ring. We're going to make our sapphire necklace. All right, there we go. We have our Ring of Dueling and we have our Games necklace. And we get to use our brand new Games necklace and go to the Barbarian Outpost. One point of clarification with this account. So I don't allow myself the option to use an item on like a piece of scenery. Like if it needs to have a left click option in order to go there, so I can't like use an object on like the river or rock slide or something and have it move my character there, because that just makes it way easier, because then everything becomes a clickable item. Like this plant becomes clickable and, you know, these rocks become clickable. However, there are situations like this where I physically cannot swim to this rock and I need to use the rope on the rock as part of the quest. This I'm allowing. This is not that's outside of that rule where like I can't use this rope on like something far away to get to it. But if the quest is requiring me to use the rope on the tree, I have to do that. We bank everything besides some pebbles and some food. Wait, can I not take anything in? I've completely forgot that you actually have to like bank or drop all of your shit before you go in. At least your stuff that you use for combat. Okay. Okay. Going to attack the zombie. Okay, you got that, and we are leaving. Yep. Okay, that's why we boxed the guy. Cool. Unfortunately, I have to go back in. I did get Gloriel's amulet, but I do have to drop all of that one more time, just because I didn't grab everything before I panicked and ran out. So here we go. That's right, this isn't the scary part. This is the scary part. Shit, okay. No. No. Shit. Okay, get out. Okay. Maybe I need some food. Okay, so I was just catching some fish here in Lumbridge, and I was looking at the minimap to try and find like the closest range to me because I don't have a tinderbox. I noticed in the general store it has a cooking range. This is their fireplace. But you could totally just cook food on their fireplace? Okay. I'm gonna let my run energy restore real quick. The contract has been sealed. Okay. Okay. Come on, box me. Cool. Okay, search. Okay, now... I think I'm just gonna run past it. Nice. Okay. Almost out. Okay. We're good. Easy. That is insane. I forgot how much XP I get from this. I went from 10 attack and strength to 31 attack and strength. That is absurd. These mithril seeds are going to be so nice. I'm absolutely keeping these. Because basically what I had to do with the wilderness earlier and move my character west, these will do that for me. So I could plant a flower, and it'll move me one tile to the west. I think adamant seeds are also a thing. I think you get them from LMS. I could be wrong. But those move you one tile to the east. Welcome back to No Yellow X. To quote Rick Astley, you know the rules, and so do I. So let's just go ahead and jump right in. I think we're going to start off by completing some more quests. Alright, so there is the Varrock Museum quiz completed, which gives us 9 Slayer and 9 Hunter, which is really nice. And there's Romeo and Juliet. There's Rune Mysteries completed. I took a quick detour to come over and grab the Boots of Lightness, so that should make a little bit of a difference. Alright, and there's Merlin's Crystal completed, which means we can now go ahead and start the Holy Grail quest. So I have to go to Intrana, which means similar to the Waterfall quest, I do need to drop all of my combat gear. I'm just waiting here for my run energy to recharge, so I can just drop all of these items, which are all of my combat gear. And then I can just run onto Intrana, talk to the High Priestess real quick, and then run back and pick them up before they despawn. Here we are at 100 run energy. We're going to drop all of these. And we're just going to pick up all of our stuff. That was actually a lot faster than I thought it was going to be, so we had plenty of time to get back. Alright, and so the next part of this quest has us going to Karamja. We have to walk by some poison scorpions. So we just used our Castle Wars teleport to come grab this super anti-poison spawn. Now it is a 1 dose, so in order to save inventory space, we're just going to hop a couple times and combine a few of them into a single 4-dose potion. And just like that, there's our 4-dose super anti-poison. So I feel this next part deserves some context. The way the quest usually goes is that the Holy Table Napkin you get from Galahad allows you to see and pick up the magic whistles from Draenor Manor. You then travel to Brimhaven, and after dodging some poisonous scorpions, you make your way to this spot and blow the magic whistle. By blowing the whistle while standing on these specific squares, you are instantly teleported to the Fisher Realm, where you can then proceed with the quest. Seems easy enough, right? Well, so we're in a bit of a predicament here. I can't find anything to red click over here. We're trying to get over there. What to do. I think if I click cross gangplank, it's going to start pathing me back that way. Try it. Yep. Okay. There's a scorpion going up there. We're going to run. Okay. Okay, so we are nearly there. Still nothing up here that I can red click on. Like it's just all examine options. Like I really thought some of these trees you'd be able to click the chop option. I may get lucky and find like an impling or something up here. But this is basically like, this is the furthest I can get currently because I don't think, yeah, so I'm not close enough to the tower. I need to be underneath the tower or within these 4 columns. Otherwise it's not going to work. So I'm just going to hope that maybe these poison scorpions will keep traveling up further north. I might hop and see if I can find some implings that can pull me up that way. But yeah, so this is the current predicament we find ourselves in. So this is why we got multiple doses of the anti-poison. Because these scorpions really like to attack us. And they will poison us. Okay, so I need to kind of figure out how I'm going to get up to that spot because trying to fend off these scorpions and I just used all my food and that's just not gonna work. So I'm gonna brainstorm and see if I can figure something out, and then I will be right back. Alright, so I decided to do the X marks the spot quest while I was kind of brainstorming different ideas how to tackle the Holy Grail. And I'm in a bit of a little spot right here. I think if that man... Oh, wait, there he goes. There he goes. So if I talk to him, it should put me on that spot. Okay, I'll stop. No. There he is. Okay, come on. And we'll stop. There we go. Excellent. Okay. Cool. Come on, Martin. Go check on your pigs, dude. Oh, okay. Hey, there we go. Cool. And there we are. X marks the spot completed. We get a beginner clue and an antique lamp. Let's go ahead and put that lamp onto construction. All right, there we are, 23 construction. We can now make wooden shelves 3. And I chose construction for that lamp because I think I might have a plan. I'm determined to complete the Holy Grail quest without any yellow clicks, and I think that construction might be my only solution. The player-owned house offers so many useful features, but the one I'm interested in is actually one that most players rarely use. This feature is the Clockmaker's Bench, also called the crafting table. With this crafting table, players are able to make a variety of niche clockwork mechanisms, including toy horses, cats, and even the clockwork penguin suit used in the Cold War quest. However, the one item I believe to be our saving grace is the toy doll, which is exactly what it seems. The player is able to wind up the doll and then release it, whereupon it will roam around for a few seconds and then drop to the floor. And this is exactly what we need, because once the doll is on the ground, we can red-click the toy doll to move and pick it back up. So, in theory, if I make a bunch of these toy dolls, return to Brimhaven, and strategically wind up and release them, then it's only a matter of time before one of them wanders over to the spot under the tower, allowing me access to the tiles I need in order to complete the quest. So yeah, that's the current plan. We're going to get 32 construction through a combination of quests and collecting planks. We're going to build the wooden shelves 3 with a T that gives the +2 construction boost. Then we're going to build the crafting table 3 to make the toy dolls. Then we're going to make a few toy dolls and return to Brimhaven to try and continue the quest. So I finished the beginner clue I got from X marks the spot, but got nothing special. I then completed the Tower of Life quest, which gave us 1000 construction XP. I then decided to jump straight into collecting planks to get the remainder of the XP we needed for 32. Here's a quick rundown of the method that I used to do this. I started at my POH in Remington and then ran west to charter Barnaby's ship to Ardoin. Once there, I ran south to Port Gazard, where there are 2 normal plank spawns, which I would then pick up. I would hop worlds and pick up the 2 planks until I had a full inventory. I'd then walk back north and charter Barnaby's ship back to Remington, where I could then enter my house, build and remove 2 normal wood larders, and then exit my POH to repeat this process. Each inventory of 16 planks took about 6.5 minutes and gave 460 XP per trip, meaning I was averaging about 4,500 construction XP per hour. I'm sure that there are more efficient or faster methods out there, but since my main focus was still tackling the Holy Grail quest, I opted to just do the first method I thought of just so I could stay on track. Alright, and there's 32 construction. We now need to go get the supplies to build the stove as well as the wooden shelves 3. That way we can make the tea that gives the +2 construction boost. So first we need to get some steel bars. One will be for the fire pit and the rest will be turned into clockwork mechanisms and then toy dolls. I don't have the mining or smithing level yet to make the steel bars from scratch, so I decided to kill some black knights which have a 1 in 25 chance to drop a single steel bar. Alright, so we got our steel bars, so let's go ahead and make the fire pit with hook. There we go. Alright, and we also already built the wooden shelves 3, so the last thing on our list to get is the materials for the crafting table. Alright, I just bought some soda ash and buckets of sand from the charter ship, and we are making some molten glass to upgrade the crafting table. So we got all of our supplies. Let's go ahead and upgrade the clockmaker's bench to the crafting table 2. And then the crafting table 3. Oh, whoops, I forgot we need the T-boost. So let's just do the tool store 2 first while we have all these oak planks. And so now let's go make some tea so that we can get the +2 boost to boost from 32 to 34 in order to make the crafting bench 3. And so we have our kettle, use it on the teapot, and then use the teapot on the cup. And now we have our cup of tea. So let's go over here. Let's run and then go over here, drink our tea, and then click upgrade, and then do crafting table 3 real quick. There we go. So now we have where's the dog? Oh yeah, we have to make the mechanism first. So let's go ahead and turn our steel bars into clockwork mechanisms, 3 of them. And then we can go ahead and make our clockwork dolls. And I think I'm going to use all 3 mechanisms to do 3 dolls. I think the soldiers, they stop when they hit a wall, and the doll will keep walking, which is what we want. And so we have our 3 toy dolls. We're back in Varrock real quick. I'm just going to swing through here, the sword shop, and buy an adamant longsword. It's nearly identical stats to Excalibur, but it has a higher strength bonus. So I think that's going to help us when we're flinching the Black Knight Titan. And because we had to drop the magic whistles when we did our first construction grind, we have to come back here to Galahad to grab a cup of tea and another holy table napkin so we can reobtain the magic whistles. There we go. So we got our magic whistles back, and then I decided to come down to Lumbridge real quick as a little bonus stop. I'm trying to get an easy or a beginner clue. I know it seems a little bit out there. I promise I have a reason for it, and I'll explain more if our toy doll theory is successful. But for now, I'm just trying to get either of the clues because I think it'll help us later on. That took way longer than I thought it would, but we finally got our easy clue. So now all that's left is to get our super anti-poison from over by the observatory, and then we can head back to Brimhaven. So we're back here at Brimhaven. We have our dolls, we have the magic whistle, we have the super anti-poison, our Addy longsword, and our clue scroll. Not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous. I'm really hoping this works. Yeah, we're gonna test it and hopefully find out. So right now we're just hopping to try and see if there's any scorpions that maybe have wandered a little further north. I think the one that we found last time we were here that got us pretty close, that's probably about as far north as these guys wander. So I'm hoping I can find another one that's kind of up and around that area. Oh, wait, yes, yes, yes. It's that guy. Okay. Yeah, let's click him. Should pull us. Come on, dude. Yes, okay. It's pretty good. Okay, well. All right. Oh, come on. Come on. You want. Yes, 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 yes. Come on. Okay. There we go. Nice. All right, I think we're pretty close to where we were the first time then. This is really good. Okay. Sweet. All right, go ahead and eat. Yeah, this is a pretty good spot. Okay, let's go ahead and wind one of these dolls and we'll release it. Can't release. Oh, you know what? I think it's the plants. I think. Please don't attack me. Please don't attack me. Thank you. Okay. I think I should be good to release it here because it doesn't. I'm not on top of any plants. Yes, there it goes. Okay. It's going the wrong way. Come on. I really don't want to lose it, but that's way too far west. And I feel like I would just lose a lot of ground trying to get that back. So I think I'm just going to have to let that one go. Okay. We can, though, release a second one. Alright, let's try and release. Can't release. Okay. Okay, let's go. Ooh, one more. Alright, Alright, let's try 2 more. Holy shit. Did it? Oh. Holy shit. I can't believe that actually worked. Okay. There is a magic whistle spawn over here. So I'm just filling up my inventory and I'll show you why here in just a sec. We finally made it to the infamous Black Knight Titan. So the way he's normally fought is people click on him to attack and then they take a step back. But because I can't yellow click, I can't do that. So I have this easy clue in my inventory. I'm going to go ahead and drop that. And then if I go ahead and unequip an item, say like these arrows, then my inventory is full. And now I can just click to attack and then click back on the clue scroll. And because my inventory is full, it just stays on the ground and I can click again, click back. And this will effectively let me flinch this boss all while using only red clicks. And the reason I wanted a clue scroll is because clue scrolls stay on the ground for an hour, which means that I don't have to worry about it like despawning or have to worry about like picking it up and dropping it every 3 minutes. So that should just stay there for the entire duration of this fight. We are nearly there. Come on, one more hit. Yes, there we go. The Black Knight Titan has been defeated. Let's see if we can actually telegraph our clue scroll back. Okay. Let's go over here, maybe. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, sweet. So we got to even keep our easy clue. That's nice. So we're heading up to the Goblin Village now, but then we have to go back to Brimhaven to release some more toy dolls and hopefully make it back to the realm of the Fisher King for the second and final time of this quest. So we returned to Brimhaven after we found Percival and told him how to get back to the realm of the Fisher King. So now we need to go back and talk to him, which means that we need to do this toy doll strategy once more. And even though I knew at this point that it was possible, I was still somewhat nervous that it was kind of a fluke or I just got lucky on the first one. What made it particularly difficult in this area is the toy dolls can't be released on top of scenery like plants, and that severely limited the number of tiles I was able to release the dolls from. Fortunately, I did have one that eventually wandered over onto this beach that had mostly empty tiles, and that made it possible to do this sort of like repeated catch and release sort of strategy to slowly work my way north along the beach, and that pushed me closer to where I needed to go. All right. Okay. Please, 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 please. Come on. Yes. Okay. Cool. There we go. Now all that's left to do is we climb these stairs, then climb this ladder, and then we take the Holy Grail. And now we just talk to King Arthur and give him the Grail to complete the quest. Oh, there we go. Holy Grail quest is completed, and that gives us 30 prayer. Holy crap. On 32 defense, but man, I forgot it gives that much prayer XP. That's really sweet. So now we can go ahead and do some more quests. And there is Vampire Slayer completed, which gets us up to 34 attack. And there's Children of the Sun completed, another quick quest. So I decided to go ahead and complete this easy clue that I got for the Holy Grail quest. And there we go. This is our second easy casket on the account. Let's go ahead and open it, see what we get. Okay, some purple sweets, nature runes, and firelighters. So some collection log items, but unfortunately nothing particularly useful. All right, those do look pretty cool. So I was training my attack up a little bit and got another easy clue, so I thought I'd go ahead and try finishing it real quick. And I got one of the steps that requires the different outfit pieces. So since I now had the construction level to make the easy stash units, I went ahead and got some planks and nails, and I'm going to build the stash unit and store all of the items here. There we go. First stash unit built. And there is easy casket number 3 on the account. Let's go ahead and open, see what we get. Nothing crazy. Okay, so what I was saying is it's silly for me to just be killing ham members when I could just be doing Slayer instead. I got 9 Slayer from the museum, so I'm going to go to Berthorpe. And I'm probably going to need to make some more games necklaces soon because I'm now on my last charge. But let's get our first Slayer task on the account. 20 dwarfs. Okay. There is 10 Slayer on the account for Slayer level that was obtained through actual slaying of things. Alright, so I forgot I actually had an easy clue still from when I was killing ham members before switching over to Slayer. So I'm just up here in East Ardoyne. I'm just going to finish this real quick. There we go. Easy clue number 4. Let's see what we get. Oh! Wait. Okay, that would usually be a bad clue on an account that isn't me right now. That's great. That's some banked, or that's some noted food. That's great. So I'm just going to hold on to that then, and I'll unnote it as I need to. So I did just use the last of my games necklace teleports. I think I just need to make another one. I mean, that's why I got the cosmic runes and the law runes. I'm up here getting another assignment from Turiel. Cave bugs. Okay. So I don't have a spiny helmet yet, and I need to get past that hole in the wall without the wall beast popping out and attacking me. So if you stand here and then run across to the next tile, these won't hurt you. So what I'm going to try and do is I have my walk off. I'm going to try and stop on that tile and then I can run across. So let's see if I can do that. Okay. Run on. Nice. Okay, cool. And that's how we're going to have to skip the hole in the wall right there. Minotaurs. Okay. Alright, I forgot to record the Minotaurs task, but now we're back at cave bugs, so this should be quick and easy. I decided to switch over to Vanica for tasks now, and we just got moss giants. So I decided to come back over to Brimhaven to kill these because there's this little island where it's really easy to safe spot them. I did end up getting a beginner clue, so that's kind of nice. Well, I just got my first mossy key. Alright, well, I just finished this second kill after recording that last clip, and I got back-to-back mossy keys, so now we have 2 of them, so that's cool. Alright, and we have a big level coming in here. Level 40 magic, and that is huge because now we have the teleport to house spell unlocked. Alright, and there's that Slayer task done. I think we're going to go back and get another one from Vanica. I'm going to hold on to these mossy keys for now. I'm not going to use them quite yet. Alright, so we went and got another task from Vanica, and it was Hill Giants. So before we go do that task, I decided to come back here and kill some ham members just so we can get this pretty big level real quick. There we go. 40 attack and 44 combat, which means we now have rune weapons unlocked. And since we have 40 attack now, we are back over in the waterfall dungeon. I have some water runes and mind runes, and we are going to kill some fire giants. This did eat up most of my cash stack, but we are here trying to get the rune scimitar. Now, as of May, the fire giants have a 100% weakness to water spells. And so I think that this setup is going to be pretty decent. It has a max hit of 16 and the accuracy is pretty high. I also went ahead and unnoted some of my food, so I'll have that. And I'm hoping I can get this pretty quick. So I'm just safe spotting them here. I could just attack them and then red click back on the door. And then I'm in my little hidey hole and I can just keep attacking them. and it's actually pretty quick kills. Oh, there we go. There's a Mysterious Man Random Cosmic Talisman. Yep, this doesn't do anything for me, so we'll just go ahead and drop that and keep killing fire giants. Alright, there's first Longbone on the account. And there's 45 magic, which means that we have the Camelot teleport unlocked, so that's pretty huge. And here's another big level for the account, 50 magic, which unlocks Snare and Magic Dart and Iban's Blast, which we'll probably be using quite a bit later on. And then we only have one more level to go until we have Ardoin teleport, but we still need to do Plague City for that. We are sitting at 168 kills. The Rune Scimitar is 1 in 128, so we're a little bit over drop rate, but we are getting some really good magic XP, so we're just going to keep buying some more Mind and Water Runes as we run out, and hopefully we can get it soon. There's 51 magic, which means that once we have Plague City done, we will have the Ardoin teleport unlocked. So it's a super useful telly, so I'm excited we have that. And this kill puts us up at 256, which is double the drop rate for the Rune Scimitar, which is 1 in 128. So we are a little dry, but you know, we're just gonna keep going. Alright, so I didn't exactly expect to unlock High Alchemy at level 55 magic while I was trying to get the Rune Scimitar, but here we are. We're quickly approaching 3 times the drop rate for the Rune Scim. It's 1 in 128, which means that 3 times the drop rate would be 1 in 384. So we are getting pretty close to being 3 times the drop rate, but we're just gonna keep plugging along. All right, so we're at like 400 kills without the Rune Scimitar. I'm still gonna go back and try and get it. Like, I know I have to get it eventually, but like, come on, man. Why? All right, well, we just got the 4th Longbone. That's a 1 in 400 drop. Still have not seen a Rune Scimitar at 128. Holy shit. There we go. I was literally looking up other ways to get this friggin' sword. I was like looking up like Zamorak warriors, and man, that's the longest it's taken me to get a Rune Scimitar before. 447 KC. We ended up getting 56 magic, 34 prayer, 49 hit points. Made a little bit of money. We unlocked the High Alch spell, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and sell off the rest of these gems, but man, that feels good to finally have. I've been sitting at fire giants for about 9 hours. Probably could have been a little bit more efficient with this time, used it for something else, but I'm glad I have that now, and I have the magic levels to show for it, so honestly, can't complain. And there is the Priest in Peril quest completed. I think I want to start off by getting full Graceful, so this quest lets us access the Canifis Agility course, which is the best for collecting marks, of which we need 220. Alright, and there is 50 Agility. We now have the Falador course unlocked. And there's 60 Agility, which means we have the Sears Village Rooftop course unlocked now. I was actually just kind of cruising and didn't realize I got my 220th Mark of Grace. Inventory is a little full, mostly from random event items. I'll go ahead and clear that out. But first, I'm going to go ahead and grab the rest of the Graceful set, and then I'll work on construction to actually build the wardrobe in order to store that. There we go. We have full Graceful unlocked. Got it 65 Agility. This will be really nice to have for a couple different skilling grinds. Now that we've unlocked our full graceful outfit, we need to be able to store it. To do this, we need to build a costume room and magic wardrobe in our POH, both of which require level 42 construction. We can use the +2 boost we get from T to build these, meaning we really only need to get level 40 construction. So before I start training construction, I want to clear some inventory space, so I'm up here at the Ferox Enclave trying to get a looting bag. There we go, got the looting bag. Now let's go back in. So I should be able to store a bunch of stuff in here, so let's go ahead and only tradable items. Oh, duh. Okay, I knew that. Well then, let's use the mithril seeds then. Hey, Quack from the future here. If you couldn't already tell from the previous 3 episodes, I am a complete novice when it comes to playing an Ultimate Ironman. And as such, I find myself engaging in what I call involuntary learning experiences. In this clip, I put the mithril seeds into the looting bag so that I can take them back out later. Now, the only way an Ultimate Ironman can take items back out of the looting bag is to destroy the looting bag entirely. And, unbeknownst to me, when the looting bag is destroyed, certain items inside the looting bag, like food and potions, are also destroyed. And as it turns out, this list of forsaken items also includes mithril seeds. So, by putting them into my looting bag, I am unknowingly destroying the mithril seeds I've been carrying around since the waterfall quest. Whoops. Alright, so we got our mithril seeds in there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'll use up the rest of these, and then I'll sell the sapphire, and then I'll go start on construction. I think this next grind perfectly sums up what playing an Ironman on old school RuneScape is truly like. My current goal is to hit level 40 construction, but first I need to clear out some inventory space by using up some runes. So I go kill some hill giants since I have them as a slayer task, and in doing so I get another longbone drop, which I decide to hold on to. More on this later. After using up all of my remaining runes, I finished some of the quests required for the Ardoin Easy Diaries, as the Artie Cape's monastery teleport would make the construction grind much faster. So I completed the Plague City quest as well as its sequel, Biohazard. While I was in the area, I did the Haziel Cult quest since it's relatively short. And now remember that longbone I got earlier as a drop from hill giants? Well, you can hand them in to one of the goblins in Dorgish Khan in exchange for 4,500 construction XP. This requires completing the Death to the Dorgishan quest, which in turn requires completing Goblin Diplomacy as well as the Lost Tribe quest. So, with the prerequisite quests completed, I pickpocketed Ham members to get the 2 sets of robes required for the quest. After receiving and completing 2 easy clues, I discovered that it's better to start the quest before getting the robes because you have a much higher drop rate for the robe pieces during the quest. Whoops. Anyways, I completed Death to the Dorgishan, which allowed me to hand in the longbone for the coveted 4,500 construction XP. Okay, well now that my inventory was all cleared up, I needed to go get some more law runes since I was running very low. I didn't want to go back into the wilderness and risk losing full graceful, so I decided that the best option would be to complete the feud quest, which would unlock a more viable rune shop in Al-Kharid. After some red-click only save spotting, I finished the feud quest as well as the subsequent rogue trader minigame, meaning I now had access to a shop outside of the wilderness that sells law runes, and I was one step closer to starting the construction grind. Now, I only needed money. So, I leveraged my newly acquired 65 agility and headed off to the agility pyramid to make some quick cash. I ended my first trip at the agility pyramid with 127,000 coins and headed back to Ali Morassane and Al-Kharid, and was able to fully stock up on law runes. Now the only thing left to do was to finish off the Artie Easy Diaries and claim the Ardoin Cloak 1. And now we can finally train our construction. Now the construction method I'll be using for level 40 is very similar to our previous method, where we pick up the planks in Port Gazard, hopping worlds until we have a full inventory, and then returning to the POH to build and remove wooden larders. The main difference is now, instead of running back and forth, we can teleport to the monastery using the Artie cloak. And then after we have a full inventory of planks, we teleport back to our house where we can build, remove, and repeat. Without teleports, this method took about 6.5 minutes per run, giving us 4500 XP per hour. With the Artie cloak and house teleports, a single run was now taking 2 minutes and 15 seconds, netting about 12,000 experience per hour. This updated method was now 3 times faster than before, so we should have 40 construction in no time. And there is 40 construction. We can now build a study, but the one we're most interested in is a costume room, which we can build at 42. We do need 50k to do that, so we're going to go back to Agility Pyramid, get some more money, and then we will go get our oak planks, and then we'll come back and build the costume room as well as the oak magic wardrobe. And there's the end of our run at Agility Pyramid. We have a little over 260k. All right, there we go. We got our tea. So we're going to drink our tea, build this, to do costume room. Beautiful. And then we're going to build the magic wardrobe space, I believe it is. Yeah, oak wardrobe. And what this means is, let's go ahead and turn building mode off actually. There we go. Graceful outfit can now be stored. Beautiful. And because I have the whole set, if I only want to take part of it out, like I can. Perfect. That's what I wanted. So I think there might be a couple of other upgrades. Right, here we go. We could do tool store 3. Nice. Now we have bucket, spade, tinderbox, and knife. All in our POH, so we don't have to keep going to a general store to buy all of these. So with 40 construction, we are now able to cross off our first major goal of this episode. And I think now I want to try completing as many quests as I can. There are a lot of quests I can complete early on that give some sizable XP rewards, and the earlier we can cash in on those, the better. But first I need to go get some stuff out of the looting bag. Okay, so now I destroy the looting bag. There we go. Cool. So now we have our stuff back. We have our rune scimitar back. Finally, that would have been really nice to have earlier when I was doing the quests. I honestly shouldn't have put that in the bag. Well, so I was looking at my inventory and I realized that I don't have my mithril seeds or the lobsters that I had put in the looting bag. And I guess this is one of those learning opportunities. I didn't know that there are certain things that got destroyed regardless of how you get it back out of the looting bag. So all food, potions, vials of water, a bunch of stuff gets destroyed. And I didn't see anything about mithril seeds, but I'm assuming... yeah, I'm assuming those are gone too, so that's a bit of a bummer. Didn't really get to use them. I mean, we get access to them again after Legends Quest, so not that huge of a deal, but now we know. There we go, long overdue, but that is Druidic Ritual completed. We now have access to Herblore, and I can stop putting all of my random event lamps onto construction, so yeah, now we can actually put them where they belong. There we go, that's what we're looking for. We need 2 iron bars for the Knight Sword quest, so there's 1. Alright, that was really quick. Cool, there's 2 iron bars. Let's go do this. There we go, Knight Sword completed. Jumps us all the way up to 29 smithing, as is tradition. So, for some reason, I wasn't able to successfully safe spot the Khazard warlord during the Trino village quest. I was, however, able to kill him by doing whatever the hell this is. There we go, Trino village done. And I'm just want to include this clip so you guys can see how I ended up safe spotting the Black Demon at the end of the Grand Tree quest. And there's Grand Tree quest completed. Did a nice chunk of XP with that as well. So I was a little nervous going into the Fight Arena quest because I wasn't sure how easy these would be to safe spot without any yellow clicks. But as it turns out, the answer is they are incredibly easy to safe spot without any yellow clicks. There we go, Fight Arena done. Alright, and the Ardoin monks are throwing a party because we have finished the Monk's Friend quest. However, I really think the monks would actually party like this. There's Sheep Shearer completed, Prince Ali Rescue completed, the Restless Ghost quest completed, the Witch's Potion, Doric's quest completed. Hey, we get a little kitty, and that is Gertrude's cat completed. There's Demon Slayer completed, and quick little quest, the Golem completed. There's the Black Knight's Fortress completed. There's Shield of Arav completed. Fishing contest completed. At this point, I was feeling pretty confident in my ability to finish quests using only red clicks, so I thought I'd try tackling one I knew would be a bit more challenging, Sheep Herder. Now on its surface, this quest is very short and straightforward. Poke some diseased sheep to make them run into the pen, finish them off, and then boom, you're done with the quest in a few minutes tops. However, the sheep can have a bit of a tendency to be difficult to corral, especially if you happen to be on an account with some self-imposed movement restrictions. The challenge was that I needed to position myself correctly in order to prod the sheep in the right direction. I decided the best strategy would be to create an imaginary line that would run north to south in relation with the tile in front of the gate. I would prod the sheep until they walk across this line, and then position myself so that when the sheep started walking back across the line, I would intercept them and prod them southwards until they reached the gate. However, if I was even a single tile off, the sheep would not enter the pen, and would instead try its best to escape or get stuck behind a fence somewhere where it was impossible for me to retrieve them. I eventually drew a physical line using tile markers so I knew exactly which tiles to align the sheep with to force them into the pen. This did help quite a bit, but the first sheep ended up taking about 15 minutes. After I got the timing down on the first sheep, the remaining 3 were a lot faster, albeit still quite frustrating. Alright, cool. Now the unethical part. Okay, fuck that quest. And there's 30 fire making. I can go ahead and do the Sea Slug quest now. So I encountered a bit of a pathing issue while on the fishing platform. I need to get inside this room, but if I click the Talk to Kenneth, I path to the outside of the wall. My solution to this was to leave the door open and hope that one of the infected fishermen wanders in so I could click on them. Fortunately, this is exactly what ended up happening, and I made sure to close the door behind me each time I left so I could trap him inside the room until I finished the quest. There we go, Sea Slug completed. There's Travel Totem completed. And there's the Dwarf Ganon quest completed. And actually just a few seconds before this, the kitten we had grew into a full cat, which all you Ironmen out there know exactly what that means. Yep, it is time to build a menagerie and then a little pet house, and then we're going to put the cat in the house so he can stay here forever and be happy. Yeah, I'm not about to trade in my four-legged companion to some stranger for some easy magic XP. I'm not a monster. And actually, you know what? We went and got him a brother, so we're going to go ahead and put his brother in here too, so he can have someone to play with during the day so he's not here all alone. There. Now he has someone to play with while I'm off doing quests and shit. The gray one's name is Gibson, and that one's Fender. They are brothers and they are also best friends. Mistalin Mystery completed. Below Ice Mountain completed. Funny little moment during the Corsair Curse quest where our player investigates a clockwork doll, and if we have the crafting level to make them, we say as such in the dialogue, and just made me think back to last episode doing the Holy Grail quest using said dolls. And we have finished the Corsair Curse quest. Alright, and there's Ernest the Chicken completed, which means there's only one free-to-play quest remaining, Dragon Slayer. Now, there are a few things I need to do before I'm ready to go slay Elvarg the Dragon and unlock the Fabled Rune Plate Body. First, I wanted to unlock the Protect from Magic prayer since Elvarg uses both melee and magic attacks. This would require getting 37 prayer, and while I'm only 2 levels away, I felt like investing the time to unlock a source of decent prayer XP. I decided on the blue dragons in Taverley Dungeon. They can be easily safe spotted and drop dragon bones that give 72 XP each when buried. Now, maybe I'm lazy and maybe I just like agility, but the obvious next step for me was to get 70 agility to unlock the pipe shortcut to make getting to and from these dragons much easier. Additionally, training to 70 agility at the agility pyramid would allow us to make some more easy money and would further improve our run energy, so I saw it as a win all around. And we're done with our first agility pyramid trip. Let's go ahead and hand these in. That is super nice. Okay, let's go get some more water skins and do some more. All right, and we are now over 1 mil on the account. And there is 70 agility, which means we can use the Taverley Dungeon shortcut now. We can go get some easy prayer. I mean, not that we couldn't do that before, but now it takes us slightly less long to get there. So, yeah, I'm going to finish up this lap and then we'll go do that. All right, here we are at the Taverley Pipe shortcut. We have 70 agility, which is super nice. I think I should be able to click these. No. Okay, nope, that passed me back that way. Maybe open coffin. Oh, okay. Yeah, sweet. That works. So now I can just safe spot these dragons. Alright, there's that one dead. I drop something to mark the spot. Then you go pick up the bones. And red X back. And we're just going to do this until 37 prayer. And there is 37 prayer, which means we have Protect from Magic unlocked, which is exactly what we need to do the Dragon Slayer quest. Also, quick shout out to this comment from the first episode, which is what inspired me to do Dragon Slayer in the first place. You know, if there are any challenges or quests or bosses you think that I should try and make a goal on the account, definitely leave a comment down below and I'll try my best to do them. I decided to pop over to Varlamore because they have some really good armor shops there, and I bought myself a full set of Addy armor. I even took advantage of the new shield shop with the Varlamore expansion that came out yesterday, and bought myself an Addy kite shield. Unfortunately, it didn't occur to me before I bought it that I'm going to be using an anti-dragonfire shield anyways for this quest, so my excitement was rather short-lived and I alked it shortly after I recorded this clip. But overall, full Addy should help quite a bit with this upcoming fight. I also made use of our recently built magic wardrobe in our POH to store all of our graceful pieces. I then went over to the Champions Guild and bought a rune sword, and I thought this would be better than the rune scimitar because it has a higher stab bonus, and dragons are weak to stab. Lastly, I grabbed the anti-dragon fire shield and reclaimed the boots from the stronghold of security, and we were ready to go. In order to kill the demon in Melzar's maze, all we had to do was attack with mage, and then click back on these crates, which pulled us into this doorway, and then we were completely safe. So we got the 3 map pieces, we bought the boat, fixed up the boat, and then talked to Ned in Draenor Village about being our navigator, and then we were ready to head over to Crandor. But before we did that, I took a quick trip over to Brimhaven and just stocked up on some Karambwans and swordfish just so I had a good source of food for the fight. Alright, here we go. Okay, and we are going to go down into Elvarg's lair. There she is. Alright. I think that there are coins over there. Okay, so let's do that then. Okay, we're gonna do it. Oh, I can actually reach these? Okay. So we're back here. No, I think we're just gonna send it. Okay. Oh, this is not going great. Nope. On. One food left. Come on, please. Yes. Ah, hell yeah. All right. That was very close. Oh, let's get out of here. There we go. Dragon Slayer 1 completed. Oh, we are 24 XP off. Hold on, I gotta fix that real quick. Ah, there it is. 40 defense. which means there we go. The rune sim, got the rune plate body. It's looking sweet. Looking like a proper noob. Like an accomplished noob. I'm actually going to go to the Champions Guild just to finish off the outfit. So I decided to come AFK rock crabs while I was editing the previous video, and we got our melee stats up quite a bit. We're sitting at 58 attack, 50 strength, and 50 defense. And as you also probably noticed, I decided to collect and juggle all of the easy clues that these guys are dropping. And we have 10 of them on the ground right now, so I think I'm going to switch gears and try completing some of these clue scrolls. I'm also going to build each of the stash units we come across, because not only will this make doing future clues that much easier, but we also get a little bit of construction XP from each one we build. Alright, yeah, that gives 150 construction XP. There's our stash unit build. That's nice, we can go ahead and store those in there. And we have our first easy casket. We're going to go ahead and switch that to use. Now, I've never done this because I like opening all the caskets immediately, but for ease of inventory space, we are going to stack up all of these until we complete the remaining 10 or the remaining 9 easy clues that we have. All right, and there's casket number 2. So we got our first clue step in Zaya, so we went ahead and finished the Client of Korend quest. And this gave us a couple antique lamps. It's casket number 3. There's casket number 4. It was a super quick and easy one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is casket number 5. Casket number 6. That is casket number 7. And casket number 8. Alright, and we've got another emote clue. We are going to have to get a ham robe for this one, so that might take a little bit. So we did end up getting the ham robe bottom that we were after, but we also got 3 additional easy clues, which brings our new total up to 13 potential clue caskets. Number 9. Alright, and there's casket number 10, which should have been our last one, but we did get a couple more from ham members, so we have 3 more to do now. Okay, well, we need to go back to the ham hideout and get another pair of ham robes for a completely different stash unit. Alright, well, we got our second ham robe, but now our easy clue count has risen to 15, so we have 5 more to do. There's casket number 11 and easy casket number 12. Number 13. Number 14, we have 1 more to go. And there is easy casket number 15. And as much as it pains me, I am not going to open these just yet. I want to clear out the inventory space because I need to train some construction, because I want to build the treasure chest in my POH so I can store any potential uniques I get from this. Now, I would need level 48 construction to build the lowest tier of treasure chest in my POH, and right now I'm level 40. I currently have access to a +2 boost through making tea, but I can gain an additional +3 boost by using the crystal saw that you receive after completing the Eye of Gluffrey quest. This would mean that I would only need to get level 43 construction in order to make the treasure chest. However, one of the items you need for the Eyes of Gluffrey quest is a mud rune, and the easiest way for me to get that is the Mage Training Arena. Usually it's pretty easy to get, it costs like 1 point from each room. However, I ran into an issue with the telekinetic room where I wasn't able to red click on any of the sides I needed. Fortunately, I discovered one telekinetic room layout where the Guardian was on the opposite side of the maze relative to the entry portal. And this let me red-click on the Guardian and pathed me most of the way around the maze. However, this wasn't quite enough for me to finish the room since I still could only access 2 of the 4 sides of the maze. So, I decided this would be a perfect time to bring back the trick I'd used to finish the Holy Grail quest, the Clockwork Dolls. So I left and made a clockwork doll and came back and was able to find the exact same maze layout as before. However, the Guardian was not rendering for me, so I ended up having to wind up and release the doll to take me further into the room so I could actually see the telekinetic Guardian to click on. But then once I was over here, all I had to do was simply wind up and release the doll, and it would wander around and allow me to red-click wherever it ended up. And by doing this sort of repeated catch and release strategy, I was able to slowly work my way over to the sides of the maze that I needed to be on in order to finish the room. So fortunately, I only had to do 1 room completion in order to get all the points I needed for the Mud Rune, but I do plan on coming back in the future in order to get the Bones to Peaches spell unlocked, and I'm not exactly looking forward to that if this is how I'm going to have to solve every telekinetic room. Alright, and there we go. We have our Mud Rune, and now we can complete the Eyes of Gluffrey quest. Fortunately, the telekinetic room was the only one we had any problems with. Alright, I totally forgot we needed 45 wood cutting for this quest as well, so there we go. 45 wood cutting. We can now cut maple trees. And that is the Eyes of Gluffrey quest completed. Nice chunk of XP there. Actually gets us up to 22 runecraft. But the reward we are most excited about is the crystal saw seed, which we can now turn into a crystal saw in Brimstale's cave. There we go. Crystal saw obtained. All right, and there is 43 construction. Let's go ahead and make some tea real quick. There we go. So we can now store easy and beginner clue uniques, which is very convenient because we have 15 easy caskets in our inventory right now. I don't think we can build anything for the... Never mind, we can build the armor case. Okay, we can make the armor case now. That wasn't something I was planning on, but sweet. All right, we have our 43 construction. We built our treasure chest, so we can now store any easy clue uniques we get from these. Let's go ahead and open these. All right, our first 2 uniques. Okay, white firelighters. We'll go ahead and store our blue elegant shirt in our new treasure chest. There's some Musla harmless teleports. Ooh. Bando's robe top. And last one. Oh. Sweet. I don't know, man. That might have to stay out. Because that's pretty good. Cool. Let's go put everything in. Alright, so I figured since I got the dig site teleports from the easy clues that I'd pop over here and just do the dig site quest real quick. And that gives us a nice chunk of XP, so it's 17 herb lore and 35 mining. We can actually mine coal now. And there's level 30 ranged, which now lets us do the animal magnetism quest. I actually did most of this at rock crabs, but just tullied over here to goblins because I got crashed right before this clip. But before I do animal magnetism, I'm going to go get the Dorgeshin crossbow, which we unlocked at level 28. And there is our Dorgeshin crossbow. I really like this for early range training just because the bone bolts are really cheap. Alright, and there is our mithril axe, which we need for animal magnetism. decided to come over and try out the new crossbow on some blue dragons and hopefully get lucky, which we did. And there is animal magnetism completed. We finally have the Ava's device, which will make range training a little nicer. And there's the Ghost Ahoy quest completed, which gives us the Ectophile as well as a little bit of prayer XP. And this Ectophile will be super useful in helping us get 43 prayer to unlock the remaining overheads. So for context, my current goals are I want to complete Monkey Madness, I want to get a Dragon Scimitar, and I want to unlock Fairy Rings. Now, if I were just to do things in that order, it would get a little messy later on when I tried to do the Lost City quest and I have to drop the Dragon Scimitar or do a death pile, and I just don't want to try dealing with any of that yet, and I think I can avoid that altogether by doing things in a very specific order. So, step 1 is I need to clear up some inventory space by alching or dropping or selling everything I don't need. Step 2 is I need to get 43 prayer by killing blue dragons in the Taverley dungeon and sacrificing the dragon bones at the Ectofuntus. Step 3 is to complete Monkey Madness 1 and use the training XP reward to get level 60 attack. And step 4 is before I buy the Dragon Scimitar, I want to complete all of the Entrana related quests I can, because at this point I will have no weapons or armor and I don't have to drop anything to go to Entrana. So that means I can do Lost City, I can do Fairy Tale Part 1, and there are a couple other Entrana-based quests I can complete prior to getting the Scimitar. Then once those are done, step 5 would be to return to Apatol and buy the Dragon Scimitar. Oh. Okay, there's the legs and the plate body. This is the rough one. No. Okay, well, can't be undone now. And we'll just alch the crossbow as well. Alright, and there's 43 prayer, which unlocks the protect from melee prayer. So a majority of the Monkey Madness 1 quest takes place on the island of Apatol, which is riddled with aggressive and poisonous creatures, and it's heavily guarded by gorillas and deadly monkey archers. Even the non-aggressive NPCs are dangerous, as they will alert the guards if they see you, and you'll get thrown back in monkey jail. In order to stay out of sight, I need to take cover in the tall grass surrounding the island, but with no yellow clicks, this is much easier said than done. Okay, that's not the way it was supposed to go. Alright, our first goal is to follow this blue line and talk to the NPC Garkor behind that building. Damn it. I have no idea how that worked. No, 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 no. No, please. Please, 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 no. Please, no. Please, no. Oh, oops. Oh my god, is he stuck? Oh no, 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 no. Ah, look. Oh, come on, come on. No, 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 no. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to have to leave and come back. More food. So I think I'm getting better at breaking out of monkey jail. I have the timing down a little bit better, so I wait for him to turn, and then I can click these scorpions, which I've highlighted now. There we go, and that should path me all the way back there if I've timed it correctly. And then there are some trees up here that I can red click on to chop, and that'll move me the rest of the way. I think I just need to run south. I'm gonna have to pray range against the archers. And I think I'm gonna have to go over there. So let's try that. Oh, okay, cool. It worked. And for this next part, I need to go over to this warehouse and search these crates for all of the components to make a monkey speak amulet. So there should be a set of monkey dentures as well as an amulet mold. Now I need to make sure I avoid standing on any of those marked tiles, otherwise that monkey could see me and will throw me back in monkey jail. And there are the dentures. And there's the amulet mold. Now it's time for the worst part of this quest, which is running through this long-ass shitty dungeon full of zombie monkeys and skeleton gorillas and spike traps in order to talk to Zooknock at the very end so he can enchant this gold bar with the dentures so we can use it to finish the monkey speak amulet. Even with stamina potions, this thing takes 3 minutes to run through, so with only red clicks, no prayer pots, no staminas, I'm not looking forward to this. Oh god, oh god, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Oops, nope, nope, nope. Come on. Shit. No, 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 no. Yes. Okay. Come on. Yes. Okay. Please. Alright, and then we give the gold bar to Zuknok, and we have the enchanted bar. And we could use this to make our amulet now. Okay. That was close. God damn. Okay. I'm gonna go get some more food from Brimhaven, and then I'll head back to Apatol, and probably let my heart rate return to normal levels before I try and make that journey back. Chop this tree up here, chop the tree down there. Oh no. I'm stuck. Yes. Okay. No, come on. There we go. Holy crap. Okay. Alright, and we'll use the bar on the wall of flames, which gives us the unstrung amulet. We'll string that to get our monkey speak amulet. Alright, and now I need to come over here and convince this small monkey child that I'm its uncle. So it will give me what it thinks is a toy, but is really a monkey talisman, and I can't let its aunt see me or it's back to monkey jail. Alright, let's go over here. Okay, I think we'll drop something here. Alright, and there's his aunt. Okay, she's turning away. Let's go here. Talk to the child. And we'll run back. Whew, okay. Alright, and there's the talisman. So now we have to run through that dungeon a second time to turn this into a monkey gree-gree. Okay, and we'll give the talisman to Zooknock. And there is our monkey gree-gree. Yay. Alright, and now we've got the 10th squad sigil, which will teleport us to the final boss fight. So I think I'm going to go get some more runes, but then we're ready to go fight a demon. Here we go. Yeah, I gotta teleport. Well, I think I might need to go get some magic boosting gear, and I'm gonna try that again. Alright, so we have our new gear. We got our wizard hat and the monk robe set. We also made an amulet of magic, so now we have 13 prayer bonus. I think before we didn't have anything. And now we have plus 24. And prior to that we had, I think it was plus 12 maybe, just from the staff. So this should hopefully help. Please don't heal, please don't heal. I fucked up. Because I'm an ultimate Ironman, everything I had on me just dropped straight to the ground when I died, including the 10th squad sigil, which is my only way to get into the jungle demon area. So now to go back and get my stuff, I need to get a new sigil from the guy at the end of that shitty dungeon, and I have a little under an hour to do it. I think that is probably enough. Wait, actually. Oh, there's a fishing drop. Stop running, stop running. Yes, okay. Sweet. Okay, I have my minigame teleport back. Then I didn't need to do that. Okay. We have our monastery cloak. Step 1. Step 2, we're going to steal cakes until we're full. Okay. Monastery telly. No, this is so stressful. I have to walk because I want the run energy for the dungeon, because I have to go all the way back through that again. Come on, please, 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 please. No, I saw it. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. Monastery telly. Restart our prayer. Pray mage, where? Yes. Holy shit. That was super stressful. Alright, so we're going to try something different. I'm keeping my same mage gear just so I don't have to re-gear everything. We're going to telly back, we're still going to pray mage, but we're going to use a maple short bow with addy arrows because the demon apparently has high mage defense, which I for some reason thought mage is how you're supposed to kill him. So yeah, so we're gonna try it one more time, but we're gonna use range this time. And we're also not gonna risk it below 32 HP because I guess that's his max hit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and just stick with mage. Okay, we're almost out of prayer. Come on. Okay, now. Come on, that could be it. Holy shit. Oh, and there we go. Monkey Madness 1 completed. Freaking monster of a quest. Okay, now we get to come over here and do attack and defense. And at long last, there's Darrow's training completed. Get a couple levels from that. Most notably, though, is 60 attack, which unlocks dragon weaponry. And one we're specifically interested in is the Dragon Scimitar, which we just completed the prerequisite quest for. However, we're not going to get that quite yet. There are a couple things I want to do before we get the Dragon Scimitar. So since I finished Monkey Madness, I went ahead and sold off all the armor and weapons I used for the final boss fight, including the air staff, which I just replaced with some air runes. Now what this means is I now have no weapons or armor at all, and I can freely travel to Intrana and begin the quests I had mentioned in the previous episode. Alright, well we got our bronze axe pretty quickly. Let's go kill as a tree spirit. Wasn't able to find any red clickable safe spots, so I decided to just go ahead and tank this fight. I brought quite a bit of food with me, and using Crumble Undead, it was pretty easy. And we have now finished the Lost City quest. And there is the Nature Spirit quest completed. We get a little bit of XP from that. So I'm completing Fairy Tale Part 1, and I held on to the Blessed Sickle from the previous quest, because there's one part where you have to go talk to Malignius Mortifer, and he assigns you 3 random objects that you have to collect in order to make the magic secateurs. And there's a chance that I might have to use the sickle in order to collect them. Alright. And the 3 items we have: white berries, Mortmire pear, and Mortmire stem. Oh, perfect! Okay. Yeah, white berries, I think we can get those as a drop from something, and then the Mortmire pear and Mortmire stem, that's exactly why we kept this sickle. So now we don't have to go remake it and have it re-blessed, and it's actually perfect because we have to go to the Nature Spirit anyways for the next part of this quest, so that's actually super, super lucky. I'm going to figure out where we can get a white berry without farming it though, and then we're going to go get those. Alright, so it turns out that cave crawlers drop white berries at a rate in 1 in 25. So I just went ahead and got a rune sword from the Champions Guild. I'll have to alch it later before I go back to Intrana, but I'm up here at the Fremnic Slayer cave, and I'm going to kill some cave crawlers and hopefully get some white berries pretty soon. Okay, there we go, finally. That was not pretty soon at all. I had to kill 122 of those, so about 5 times the drop rate to get a single white berry drop. And we're going to go ahead and cast Bloom. There we go. There's our branch. And now we need to go get the pear, which I think we can get over here. Yeah, there we go. Cool, golden pear. All right, we have all 3 items we need. So now we're going to go to the Nature Spirit. And there we go. We have the magic secateurs. We can now fight Tanglefoot. And there is Tanglefoot defeated. And there is Fairy Tale Part 1 completed. So now we have fairy rings unlocked, and that is going to be absolutely huge for this account. Now, I think it's time that I talk about how I plan on tackling the next big goal on the account, the Fire Cape. Before I'm even able to set foot in the fight caves, I need to start figuring out my gear, supply, and skills. Last episode, I got 43 prayer, which unlocked all of the overhead prayers. But without a way to restore prayer points, I'm unlikely to make it anywhere near wave 63 of the fight caves. To have any shot at defeating Jad, I would need level 38 Herblore in order to make prayer potions, making this my top priority skilling goal. And while I'll be collecting all of the Raynar herbs I get from monster drops, I'll still need to have a much more reliable way of getting Raynars, which means I'll have to start farming them. This makes 32 farming, the level required to grow Raynars, our second immediate skilling goal. I think I can achieve both of these levels through questing and XP lamps, so this shouldn't prove to be too difficult. As far as gear goes, ranged is the definite choice. My ideal weapon for the fight caves would be the rune crossbow. While this would require 61 ranged, I can obtain one fairly easily by killing the crazy archaeologist in level 23 wilderness. The ideal bolts for this would be broad bolts, which have the same range strength as addy bolts, but are much easier to make. I would need level 55 Slayer and 55 Fletching in order to make these though. As far as armor goes, I think I want to go for full void. I'll take more damage off prayer than I would wearing dragonhide armor, but I can easily store full void in my POH costume room, making it the definitive choice over dragonhide. For the cape slot, obviously the Ava's accumulator. This requires level 50 ranged, but we'll have that well before the other items on our gear wish list. For the amulet slot, an unholy symbol is likely my best option, given its +2 ranged attack bonus and +8 prayer bonus. An amulet of glory would be my first pick, but this would require level 75 crafting as well as a dragonstone, and I don't anticipate getting a dragonstone anytime soon. For the shield slot, I'll want a damaged book from the Horror from the Deep quest, because even without any pages, it still gives a +5 prayer boost. I don't have a ton of great options available for boots, so these will probably just be snakeskin boots. And for the ring slot, I'll probably just bring in a ring of recoil for some marginally better DPS. Now, in terms of my inventory, I'll obviously need my prayer potions as well as some good healing food. Now the best food I can bring in would be a basket of strawberries. I anticipate I'll be at least 67 hit points by my first fight caves attempt, meaning a single strawberry would heal 5 hit points each. Since a basket holds 5 strawberries, I can get 25 points of healing out of a single basket, making it one of the most efficient food options possible in terms of hit points per inventory slot. My next best option would be Karambwans, which I can buy from the Brimhaven pub. Since these only heal 18, they are technically worse than baskets of strawberries by comparison. However, they are still my best single bite food available, and as such, I'll still probably take a few of those in for quick emergency heals. So there we have it, our target gear, skills, and inventory for our first fight caves attempt. And another big quest milestone on the account, we are finally starting the Recipe for Disaster quest. I figured I'd just check off a couple of the sub-quests that offer some nice XP rewards early on. Alright, we've now freed the Goblin Generals, and that gives us a little bit of XP, most notably the Farming XP, which gets us up to level 20 Farming. And there is the Giant Dwarf quest completed, tons of XP across different skills. And there is the Garden of Death completed, and we get an absolute massive amount of early farming XP. It gets us from 20 all the way up to 30. So I ran into another situation when I was doing the Creature of Finkenstrain quest where I wasn't able to red click on anything in order to progress further into the dungeon. So I decided to go with Old Reliable and get another Clockwork Doll. And fortunately, this worked exactly how I hoped it would, and I was able to move forward with the quest. And there is the Creature of Finkenstrain completed. We now have the Forgettable Tale quest completed. Honestly, one of my favorite quests in the game. I love the ending. But that should give us 33 farming, which means we now have our farming goal completed and can now plant Raynar seeds. And there is Garden of Tranquility completed. Both this quest and Forgettable Tale have a lot of waiting around, so doing them simultaneously definitely saved me a lot of time. And we got 5k farming XP from that, so we are now level 36 farming. So I was training a bit of Slayer over here at Ice Giants, and we got our first Raynar seed on the account. Let me just go ahead and telegraph that real quick. And because we did get our 32 farming requirement already, we can go ahead and plant that. And there is the Enlightened Journey quest completed. We get some farming, crafting, and fire making XP, and I think that should give us a level in all three of those. Yep, there we go. Sweet. We also unlock the Balloon Transportation Network, as well as these sweet pieces of Fashionscape. And these absolutely will be going into the costume room storage of our POH. There we go. So we are back on Ape Atoll, this time as a monkey, because we held on to the Monkey Grigri and the Monkey Speak Amulet. And we just completed the Enlightened Journey quest, which means that we have no more Intrana-based quests that we want to complete in the immediate future. So we can finally go get the Dragon Scimitar. And there it is, Dragon Scimitar, 100k, easy. Perfect. And now we have the Dragon Scimitar, and if I were to equip it here, I would probably die, so we're going to go ahead and teleport out. And there we go. It's pretty much my best in slot melee weapon until we get the whip at 85 Slayer. So we're going to get plenty of use out of this. Well, I kind of made a small goof. I forgot a step before I got the Dragon Scimitar. I was going to get another Drayman Staff because I had to get rid of the previous one to finish the Enlightened Journey quest. So we're going to go ahead and put this on the table over here in Blast Furnace. Now the Blast Furnace table is unique because this item will never show up to other players, but like other tables, I still have only 15 minutes before it despawns. So I'm going to run to Intrana real quick and grab another staff, and then I will be back to pick that up. And there it is, right where I left it. Perfect. And there's our new Drayman Staff, so we can keep using the fairy rings. There is level 40 ranged. We can now use green dragon hide as well as yew bows. Just training some ranged on Slayer, so killing some hill giants currently. Took a quick little break from Slayer to come by some green D-hide armor. There's the chaps and the vambraces. Alright, and Oziak has the last piece, the green D-hide body. And there we go, full green D-hide. Let's come over here and get a better view. And now we have plus 75 ranged attack bonus. Previously we had plus 58, so that's a pretty big upgrade. And we did get another longbone from killing those hill giants, so we're up here at Barlack to turn that in for some construction XP. There we go, 4,500 construction XP. Doesn't quite get us another level, but pretty close. Alright, so it took a little bit of a detour to finish a clue scroll, so let's go ahead and open this. There we go, Piscatorus teleports and a black axe. Teleports aren't super useful, but that black axe I believe we could store in a stash unit. Alright, and there's the easy stash unit made. We can now store the black axe, ruby ring, and coif in here. And we're going to go ahead and plant this Raynar seed real quick, and that is our first Raynar planted on the account, hopefully of many. Just clearing out the inventory a little bit and decided I'd come over to the combat training camp and build this stash unit. That way I could store the green d'hide, chaps, and body. And there's 44 construction. And I can now store the green dragonhide armor. So we got a blue dragon slayer task, and I decided to kill them with mage. And so I came and got some Zamorak monk robes, which give us a little bit of a magic bonus. And this will be the last kill for the Slayer task. It is taking a little longer than it usually would because we are still collecting all of the bones and sacrificing them at Ectofuntus for some prayer XP. There we go, task completed. New task is Fire Giants. Okay. And there's level 40 Slayer. And we're going back to Blue Dragons. Alright, so we did get our first hard clue on the account, so we're going to try and finish this and hopefully get our first hard casket. There are quite a few rewards that would be really nice to have early on in this account. So we're going to hopefully try and get a little lucky and get a completion. Now we got a step where we have to kill a Ceradoman wizard, and usually they attack with 2 attack styles. And I don't know where I learned this, but there is a way to make it so they only attack with 1 and you could just pray against all damage. So we're going to go ahead and turn on prayer. We're going to dig, get gap, and we're going to attack with range. And that'll stop them on that tile. Now we can switch to mage. And they will never try and get closer, and we could just completely safe spot them from here. And there's the Ceradoman mage defeated. Ooh, 28 nature runes. Let's go ahead and take those. And then we'll dig and get our next clue step. Yeah. Oh, yep. We should be able to do this one. Ooh, I think this one's a drop. Yeah, unlocks in the death altar, so I would have to do mornings in part 2 before I complete that. And I do plan on doing that quest eventually, but I cannot do that right now. So I'm gonna have to drop that. Alright, we just finished a cow fight task. Back to another task. I'm just hoping it's not blue dragons. So I'm back in the Taverley dungeon doing another blue dragon task. However, I never knew that blue dragons had their own Slayer only spot. I thought only black dragons had that in the Taverley dungeon. But yeah, this is way better than what I was doing because I can just come talk to Eve and that will put me in a place where I can safe spot them, and there's 2 sides, and so I don't have to wait for the one dragon I can safe spot to respawn. So this should at least make it a little quicker. I might switch over to mage though, just because killing them with even mind runes is way faster than the bone crossbow currently. And there's level 50 ranged, which means that we can now wield magic bows and wear blue dragonhide armor. And it doesn't show it on there, but we can also upgrade our Ava's device to the Ava's accumulator. So we may go do that real quick. And there is the Ava's accumulator acquired. That'll be our best in slot range cape until we complete Dragon Slayer 2, which is probably a ways off. And there's 45 Slayer. There's a rune med helm drop, first rune helmet on the account. We're probably just going to alch that, but still nice to get. We're over here killing lesser demons. Finally got a Slayer task that we can use ranged on, because that's what we're trying to train. Alright, we finished with lesser demons. We're over here getting another Slayer task. I'd be fine with anything but blue dragons. We've gotten that like 3 times today. What the actual fuck? Okay, well, at least we got another hard clue. We're going to go ahead and see if we can complete this. Yes, and there's the tooth half of key. We've been carrying around the loop half for a while, so now we can actually combine these and get a full crystal key. And this kind of changes my immediate plans a little bit. We're going to keep doing Slayer for now, but then we might switch over to something different. And there is level 50 Slayer, which means we can now kill Bloodvelds, in between our blue dragons, of course. Alright, well, we're done with our Fire Giants task. We're going to come back to Childar and get another task. I already know it's going to be blue dragons. Here, we'll even... Yeah, blue dragons. Yeah, because why not? Okay, great! So 5 out of the previous 9 Slayer tasks have been blue dragons, and while it's been some good Slayer and prayer XP, I'm not able to range them effectively, so I'm having to mage every task. Which would be fine if I wasn't trying to actively train my range level so I could use the rune crossbow. Well, I think I'm going to switch gears for a bit. Remember earlier when I was talking about my goals for the fire cape and I said this? An Amulet of Glory would be my first pick, but this would require level 75 crafting as well as a Dragonstone, and I don't anticipate getting a Dragonstone anytime soon. Well, as luck would have it, I completed a full crystal key on my last Fire Giants task, meaning I could now go open the chest in Taverley, which has a guaranteed reward of 1 uncut Dragonstone. With a high enough crafting level, I could turn this into an Amulet of Glory, which I could then use as my best in slot amulet, or mount in my house for unlimited teleports. The best part is, when you remove the mounted glory, you get the amulet back, meaning I could technically store my wearable Amulet of Glory in my POH and take it out as needed. Now, the only problem with this is I would need to get 75 crafting so I could +5 boost with spicy stews to get level 80 in order to make the amulet. And the most reliable way for me to train crafting would be the molten glass method using the charter ship store in Port Phasmatis. On average, I'd be getting around 40k XP per hour, meaning it would take me roughly 30 hours to get from my current level of 43 all the way up to 75. This is a grind I'd have to do eventually, so I figure I might as well do it now so I can keep the Dragonstone instead of selling or alching it. So that's my current goal. Train crafting to 75 and make an Amulet of Glory. Of course, there are a few things I have to do before I can start the crafting grind. First, I'm going to train ranged at the ogres north of Ardoin. I chose these ogres for a couple reasons. One, I want to use up the rest of the bone bolts, and these ogres are great for training ranged. And two, they drop both strawberry and Raynar seeds, both of which I need to complete my Fire Cape checklist. Alright, well that's not a strawberry or Raynar seed, but we will take Longbones. That'll be a nice 4500 construction XP. And there's level 60 ranged, which means that we can now wear red Dragonhide armor. And it also means we are 1 away from our goal of 61 ranged for the fight capes. And there's our 4th Raynar seed, probably going to be our last one because we're almost out of bone bolts, but we've gotten pretty lucky so far on this grind. So this should be a big help in making our potions for the fight caves. So we finished up our range training and now we're just cleaning up the inventory a little bit. We sold off all the runes and now we're going to turn in this longbone for some more construction XP. And that gets us up to 45 construction. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and plant these strawberries. I went ahead and grabbed some baskets of apples to pay for them, so they should be guaranteed to grow now. And there's the last of our seeds planted, so we should have some Raynars and strawberries to harvest after our crafting grind. And it is time for us to officially start our crafting grind. We're here in Port Phasmatis, and this is going to be our home for the next 30 hours. So this method of training crafting is pretty common on Ultimate Ironman accounts because it's fairly inexpensive and actually gives pretty decent XP rates. Basically all it involves is buying buckets of sand and soda ash from the charter ship traders and then running back to the nearby furnace to turn it all into molten glass. After that, you walk back towards the charter ship while crafting said molten glass into various items like lantern lenses or unpowered orbs. You can then sell your crafted items back to the store in order to recoup some of your money, and then you simply hop worlds to buy more sand and soda ash and repeat. I was a little worried about how difficult this would be on an account with no yellow clicks available, but the furnace and the charter ship are close enough that I can just red click back and forth. I can't click directly on the charter ship members, but I can click on the gangplank and that takes me right over next to them. And then I can just click on the furnace to make my way back. And there's 60 crafting. And there's level 62 crafting, but an even cooler milestone, we are now 1,000 total level on the no yellow X account. It's pretty crazy that we've made it this far without the walk here option, so we're gonna keep going. And there's 65 crafting on the only remembering to record every third level Ultimate Ironman. There's 68 crafting. Unfortunately, this does mean we're only about halfway of our goal to 75. Nice. And there is level 70 crafting coming in. Pretty big milestone. And I know these clips are going by pretty quickly, but we are about 17 hours into this grind, and there's about 13 more to go before our goal, so let's just keep plugging along. And there is 72 crafting, and I know I'm not showing every level, but you know, you guys didn't want to see the last level anyways. It was 71 crafting, it's crap level. 72, that's a good level. Yeah, 72 crafting, that's so 2 hours ago. We're 73 now. And there's 74 crafting. We unlocked Dragonstone bracelets, which is great. We're 27 hours in, and honestly, I'm at the point where I'm starting to wonder whether or not making this account was even a good idea. Attention Kmart shoppers, we now have level 75 crafting unlocked. Oh, that's so beautiful. We can now make red dragonhide chaps, and we have the level now to make slayer rings without a boost. We will need to unlock that ability from a slayer master, but that's for future me to figure out. Right now I'm just stoked that we have 75 crafting and we can finally be done with this grind. There are a couple things we need to do before we're able to do the +5 boost to make the Amulet of Glory, so let's go ahead and go do those. And there we go, Shadow of the Storm completed. And now we have freed Evil Dave. That's our third Recipe for Disaster subquest completed, but now that gives us access to these spicy stews, which give the +5 boost that we need. And I am up here in Taverley with the crystal key that we've been holding on to since last episode. We are going to open the crystal chest now. It has a guaranteed drop of 1 uncut dragonstone. However, there is a small chance that we get some other rewards, so those would be kind of nice too. But let's see what we get. Yeah, it's one of the more common ones. The spinach roll, not too great, but more importantly, we have our uncut dragonstone. And we have the level now to go ahead and cut that. There we go. That is what we need in order to make our Amulet of Glory. We'll go ahead and eat that. We can drop the chisel. And now we should have everything we need in order to make the Dragonstone Amulet. Alright, and now we're back over here at Evil Dave's Basement of Doom, which is where we made the stew for the Recipe for Disaster quest. Now we need 3 orange spices per stew in order to get the potential +5 crafting boost. And there's only a 1 in 12 chance to get the +5 crafting boost. So it'll take us about 36 doses of orange spice on average to get that. So I'm hoping we get that pretty soon. Yes! Yes. Okay, Falador. Alright, go to Furnace. And we have everything. Okay, Dragonstone Amulet. There we go, and we'll string this. Yes, let's go. There's the Dragonstone Amulet. Level 5 enchant on the Dragonstone Amulet. And there it is. The Amulet of Glory has been unlocked. That is just huge for the account. Let's go ahead and actually mount this in our house real quick. And we got a couple extra planks just so we can make the mounted dark light in our house, because why not? I think it looks cool. And more importantly, the moment we grinded 30 hours for, we now have the mounted Amulet of Glory in our POH. So now we could just have unlimited teleports to Edgeville, Karamja, Draenor Village, and Alcarid, which is just so insanely useful on this account. So I know we literally just built this Amulet of Glory in our POH, but I'm actually going to remove it, and that's because I think it's going to be useful in our next grind, which is going to be getting full void. We still have our ranged and slayer grind before we can attempt the fight caves, and I think having full void prior to that grind is just going to make it a lot nicer. And the Amulet of Glory gives some really nice offensive and defensive bonuses, which I think will make pest control just that much easier. And one last thing before we head over to pest control, I'm going to go ahead and buy a dragon dagger. It's 60k, but I think having this for the pest control grind is going to be pretty nice. It'll be useful for taking out the spinners that keep healing the portals and for keeping my points threshold up. And there is 60 strength, another big level coming in here at pest control. So now I want to work on getting our defense up. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the defensive attack style. And now we will get defense XP. So the main reason I decided on Void Armor for the Fight Caves is because it gives a 10% bonus to range damage and accuracy. Now, I expect it could take me well over 2 hours to reach the final wave of the Fight Caves, even with my ideal gear, stats, and supplies. So, while 10% may not seem like much, over the course of several hours, that 10% adds up, and could honestly be the difference between a completion and a failed run. And we're just about finished with our final game of pest control. There we go. We have 852 pest points. We need 850 to buy the full Void range set, or really the full Void armor set plus the range helmet. I do plan on buying the mage helmet and the melee helmet, which would be another 200 points each for a total of 1250 points. But you know, I've been here for a while, and I'm only going to be using the ranged one currently, so I'm just going to get the ranged armor set for now. And the last piece, the Void Ranger helm, that means we now have full Void ranged unlocked. And this is going to be our primary armor for the fight caves, as well as just our general ranged and slayer training. Just that 10% bonus to damage and accuracy is just huge over long periods of time. And so, and it has pretty decent defense bonuses as well. It's like plus 87 or 85 to everything across the board. So the fact that it has no negative defense bonuses is actually kind of huge. And we can actually store it directly into our POH. I know I've mentioned that a couple times, but it cannot be overstated how huge that is compared to like Dragonhide, where you have to keep taking it out of the stash unit, or you have to go buy it or make it each time you want to use it. It is a little annoying that it's going to show me the Void Knight glove warning each time I try and store this, but there we go. The full Void Knight armor set and the Void Ranger helm acquired and storable in the POH. And here are the stats following the pest control grind. We got 60 strength and 55 defense. Those are our big ones. We got 65 hit points as well. I think we're going to go work on Slayer and ranged for a bit. And that is level 61 ranged, which means we can now wield the rune crossbow. And that's one more level that we can check off of our Fight Caves preparation checklist. Getting a new task, we got Greater Demons. Okay, it's not bad. Yeah, so the Chasm of Fire I think is going to be a good place for these guys. I could just save spot them from like over here, I think. Alright, you're getting a new task from Cheldar, please. Anything but blue dragons. Okay. Fire giants. Wait, did she just understand me? Dude, there is no freaking way I just got another full crystal key. What the hell? I just got the tooth half of the key, and then like 10 kills ago, I got the loop half. These are like a 1 in 500 drop from these things, and I've gotten 4 in like 700 kills. And I got all pieces that I need to make full keys, so I can actually just get another Dragonstone and then make another Amulet of Glory and have one permanently in my house for the teleports and then one that I use for combat. Alright, so we finished the Fire Giants task. We're here getting another one. I'm just so stoked that we got another crystal key. I was not expecting that at all. Hellhounds. Okay, well that's a new one. We might be able to finish some hard clues then, if we're lucky with the steps we get. Alright, so I somehow managed to screw up recording the actual opening of the chest, but we got another spinach roll and our Dragonstone, which I am now going to go turn into our second Amulet of Glory, so we can have one permanently in the POH and then use one as gear. Oh, there we go, 80 crafting. Let's head to Falador. And there is our second Dragonstone amulet. Let's go get the stuff to enchant it. And there is our second Amulet of Glory, and this one will just go back in our POH, and that way we can still have our amulet that we use for training and have the amulet in the POH for infinite teleports, and not have to lose the teleports whenever we want to take it out to use as gear. And we'll drink the tea and go ahead and build our Amulet of Glory once more, and that is where this will stay permanently. We will always have the Amulet of Glory teleports in the POH, which is excellent. And back to Slayer we go. I'm just over here in the Stronghold Slayer Cave. It has these nice little rooms with these hallways in between, and if I time it correctly, I can stop right in the hallway, and it gives me this nice little safe spot where the Hellhounds can't reach me, and I can just safe spot with range. So super nice. Hoping to get some clue scrolls from this, but we'll see. And we are now level 65 ranged, kind of a neat little level. We now have access to Third Age, which of course is probably unlikely for this account. Alright, I just finished the Hellhounds task and I just realized I am now level 75 combat, which means I can start completing Slayer tasks for Konar. She gives a lot more points per tasks than Cheldar and Vanica, so this will help me unlock things like Slayer ring crafting and Broadbolt fletching a lot faster. Okay, Fire Giants in the Catacombs of Korend. I think this is going to be our first Catacomb Slayer task. So this should be interesting. I don't really know where the safe spot is for these. And there is 67 hit points, which I briefly mentioned in the previous episode is what I needed in order for strawberries to heal 5 hit points each. There's another Longbone, an easy 4.5k construction XP. We'll take that. And there is 55 Slayer. We can now equip Broadbolts. We don't have the fletching level yet to make them, nor do we have the ability unlocked from the Slayer Masters to make those. But there is another skilling requirement completed, and we are one step closer to our first Fight Caves attempt. Alright, and there's our first Brimstone key on the account. That's kind of exciting. There's lots of good items that we can get from the Brimstone chest. And there is another Slayer task completed. Because we did it for Konar, we got 90 points for the 30 task streak. And that gets us up to 320 points, which is enough to unlock the broader fletching perk. Alright, and here we are. Broader fletching, 300 points to unlock this, but that'll let us fletch broad arrows with 52 fletching and broad bolts with 55 fletching. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and open our first Brimstone chest on the account and see what we get. Ooh, 158 magic logs. Wait, that's actually pretty good. I think I need those for Morning's End Part 1 and Desert Treasure. I think I also need them. There's another thing. It's like I think one of the balloon routes, like maybe the Gnome Stronghold one for Monkey Madness 2 needs some as well. So that's super, super nice. Yeah, I'll go ahead and hold on to those for now. Alright, we're done with the Pest Control and Slayer grind, which is really what we needed our melee gear for. So I'm just going to go ahead and alch the Rune Armor and the Dragon Dagger. I will be keeping the Dragon Scimitar, so I won't be alching that. But we don't really need the other stuff right now, so just cleaning up the inventory a little bit. I'm currently in the Enchanted Valley killing tree spirits to try and get a rune axe. They are 1 in 32 drops, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take me, but I think it's going to speed... Oh. Okay, so 3 kills is how long it will take me to get that. And there's 50 wood cutting. We can now cut mahogany trees. I'm just here cutting oak trees and turning them into arrow shafts. I think I'll turn these arrow shafts into headless arrows and then those into broad arrows once I get to 52 fletching. There's 35 fletching. We can now make willow short bows. Alright, so we finished making all of the headless arrows. We ended up with about 21k. And we are now buying steel arrowheads from the archery shop in Catherby, and we are making steel arrows. And the XP rate is way higher than before. However, it is also way more expensive than before. So it is a bit of a trade-off, but there is 44 fletching. So the levels are going to be rolling in a lot faster now. And there's level 50 fletching. We can now make maple short bows. And there is 51 fletching. I decided to switch it up a little bit. I'm over here fletching willow shields and bows in Lumbridge. My cash stack is hurting a little bit, so I'm hoping this can offset that a little. And here's another big level coming in, 52 fletching, which means we can now finally fletch broad arrows. And we already unlocked the broader fletching perk with 300 Slayer points. So we can go ahead and come right over here to the equipment store and buy the broad arrowheads and broad arrowhead packs. Alright, so I did some agility pyramid and got about 233k. It's a little bit more than I need, but I didn't want to use all of my money. So I did the math to figure out how much I'm going to need to get to 55 fletching, and I'm going to need a little bit shy of 2,900 more broad arrows, and this should run me about 160k. There we go, 55 fletching. We can now make maple longbows and broad bolts, which is the entire reason we're doing this fletching grind right now. And those are great because we could just buy the unfinished bolts from the Slayer's store and slap some feathers on them to get the finished bolts. So they're really quick and easy to make. Now we just need something to fire them with. My weapon for the fight caves is going to be the rune crossbow, which is dropped by the crazy archaeologist in level 23 wilderness. Most teleports only work up to level 20, but Slayer ring teleports work up to level 30. These require level 75 crafting, which I already have. However, I still need 300 Slayer points to unlock the perk that lets me craft them. Since they cost next to nothing to make, these will be my best emergency teleport, since as an ultimate Ironman, I risk everything I take with me when I enter the wilderness. So I am going to switch over to Slayer for a little bit just to get those 300 points I need for the Slayer ring. I already have the crafting level for it, so it shouldn't take too long, especially since I'm going to be tutorial skipping for those points. And for those unfamiliar with tutorial skipping, it's basically doing 9 super quick and easy 0-point tasks with tutorial, and then doing every 10th task at a higher Slayer master like Neve or Konar, in order to capitalize on the consecutive task bonus that those Slayer Masters give. So I'll be doing 9 tasks at Turiel, and then every 10th task I'll complete at Konar so I can get 90 points for that one task instead of the regular 18. So we finished our 9 Turiel tasks in a row, and we are now here getting our first one from Konar. Greater Demons in the Karum Slayer Dungeon. Okay, cool. So I believe I have encountered another problem of the no yellow clicking variety. I can get over to these like stairs right here that go to the next level, but there's nothing spawning in the other room, or at least rendering in the other room, and I can't click on anything over there. I can click these stone chests, but those ones just have examine options, so I can't red click anything. Once again, it is time to make a clockwork doll to get us out of a no yellow click jam. Honestly, back in like episode 3 when I first used the clockwork doll to finish the Holy Grail quest, I really thought that was going to be a one-time thing. I had no idea it was going to be such an integral part of this account's like forward progress, and that I'd use it so many times. Alright, and we're back in the Karum Slayer dungeon with our clockwork doll. We're going to go ahead and release that and see where this ends up. Alright. Yes! Alright, melee, sweet. Old Reliable, she done it again. I feel bad saying this, but man, their clockwork doll works like clockwork. Please subscribe. And there's another brimstone key. And we are now level 56 Slayer and can kill warped creatures, which we definitely will be doing in the future to get the warped scepter. And there's the Greater Demon task completed. We're going to go ahead and see what we get from this Brimstone Key. 13 Runite Ore. Okay, that's a little bit of money. And we just completed another 9 tasks with Turiel. We are back at Konar to get task number 50 in a row, and this will actually be the last one we need before we have enough points to unlock the Slayer Rings. And we are doing jellies in the catacombs. Okay, interesting. Here we are at the Warp Jellies in the Catacombs of Kourend, and since this will be our last task before we finally unlock Slayer Rings, we are nearly ready to go fight the crazy archaeologist for the rune crossbow. However, something occurred to me just now. I don't yet have access to prayer potions, which means I won't be able to restore my prayer points during the fight, meaning I'd likely average less than a single kill per trip unless I have a way to seriously conserve my existing prayer points. Now, I could just go get my herb lore up and take some prayer potions with me to the wilderness, but that would mean I'd be risking my prayer potions, which I really want to save for the fight caves. So, my solution to this, as you might have already guessed by what I'm currently doing, is to use this Slayer task to practice my prayer flicking. And that is our task completed, and it was actually our 50th task in a row, so we got 270 points from that one task, and that gives us enough points to unlock the ability to craft Slayer Rings now. And we also got 2 Brimstone Keys from that, so we'll go ahead and turn those in as well. I did prayer flick most of that task. I ended up safe spotting him near the end just because it was getting a little tedious, but I do feel a little better about prayer flicking now, so I'm glad I did that. And we are back at Konar. We have these 2 Brimstone Keys that we're going to turn in, but first let's go ahead and unlock the Slayer Ring ability. There we go, Ring Bling, yes please, 300 points. And we have now unlocked the ability to craft Slayer Rings. And these are awesome because the Slayer gems used to craft them cost next to nothing. So those are one of the best teleports that we could have on this account. Now we have these 2 Brimstone Keys. Let's go ahead and unlock this chest. We've opened it 2 times already. We got some coal. Okay. And steel bars. Ooh. Yeah, 323 noted steel bars. I'm sure we'll find some good uses for that, maybe smithing or mahogany homes. So with Slayer Rings unlocked, we can now teleport out of the wilderness. However, we still need our method of teleporting into the wilderness to actually get to the boss fight. And for this, I want to use burning amulets, which require a red topaz. All of the typical methods of obtaining a red topaz would require a decent bit of skilling or questing, and I think I have an even faster method of getting one right away. There's a lesser known Easter egg where you can search the various scenery objects in the game, like chests, crates, or drawers, and you have a 1 in 1,000 chance of finding an uncut red topaz. On average, it would take me about 10 minutes to find a single topaz, but I think this will still be faster than completely switching gears to do more quests. Hey, there we go. There's our red topaz. I've been here for about 10 minutes straight, which is what I would expect to be on drop rate for the 1 in 1,000 chance. We still can crush this, so perfect. We did not crush it, and we have our red topaz. We can now make our burning amulet. And we'll go ahead and turn this into a topaz amulet and use a ball of wool to string it. And there's our topaz amulet. Now we'll cast level 3 enchant. Now we have our burning amulet. And there is our Slayer Ring. Super good unlock overall, even when I'm not doing wilderness content. The teleports are just super useful, especially for quick access to fairy rings. But now we have our method of teleporting out of level 23 wilderness. So now that we have the Slayer Ring and Burning Amulet unlocked, we can go fight the crazy archaeologist to try and get the rune crossbow. But first we are going to create a death pile. It's our first time doing this intentionally on this account, but for those who don't know, Ultimate Ironman, when you die outside of the wilderness and not to another player, all of your items just drop to the ground and you have an hour before they just disappear. They're not visible to anyone else, so you could just leave them for an hour, go do your risky stuff, and then come back and pick it up. So we're poisoned, we're just going to let the poison kill us right here, and then we'll be able to just respawn, pick up what we need, and go kill the crazy archaeologist. Alright, and there we go, the first intentional death on the account to create the death pile. We're going to take what we need. Alright, so I think I've got everything I need, and if you see in the top left corner, I have a timer going that will keep track of my death pile. It's not totally accurate, so I will want to give myself a little bit of leeway getting back to pick these up. So I didn't really plan out my route super efficiently, so I am going to have to go back to Brimhaven and buy a couple more pieces of food, so I have a full inventory. Alright, so we have our full inventory of food, as well as all of our gear. Let's set up our quick prayers before we forget. And I'm a little nervous. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go. I did practice my prayer flicking a little bit on that jellies task, but I'm still not 100% comfortable with it. I've been using these prayer flick plugins, like the prayer flick indicator, both in the bar and the prayer orb, as well as the metronome runelight plugin, and that seems to help a little bit. I'm still kind of getting used to them, but anyways, without any further procrastinating, let's go ahead and teleport. Okay, here we are. Of course, these trees all have examine options. Why couldn't they have cut options? Let's go ahead and attack this bandit. We need to make our way west. I swear that there are some like coins or something over here that I could click on. But oh shoot. Okay, protect melee. But no, everything's just given examine options currently. Okay, maybe the door. Oh shoot! No, stop running. Turn my prayer off. Oh, they used a lot of prayer points. Okay. Damn, I thought there was gonna be something over here I could click on. Aren't there like bears or something over here? Alright, so I think I accidentally soft-locked myself. There's nothing over here to click on, and I'm too far away now from the bandit camp to even click back to the bandits. So I'm just going to teleport out, and I'm going to have to re-teleport back to the bandit camp, which is unfortunate. It burns a burning amulet charge. I'm hoping to use those sparingly, but, you know, gotta do what we gotta do. Alright. Do the same thing, attack the bandit up here. There has to be something over there I can red click on. Maybe if I go into the camp a little bit? Yes, there we go. Okay. I should have recharged my prayer points when I left the wilderness. What was I thinking? Oh well. Yeah, see, there's the bear. I don't know why it wasn't rendering in. And there are the coins. I guess I'm just too far away when I teleport in. But no worries. We're up here now. And there is our crazy archaeologist. Let's go ahead and attack him. Oops. Shit. Okay. Now fortunately, the one blessing about this fight that I think is going to make it doable is there's all these like tiles and stuff on the ground around here. Oh, yep. So when he does, well, I didn't dodge that in time. Okay. Anyways, when he does his Rain of Knowledge attack like that, I need to run away from where I'm standing, and I think by clicking on these tiles, I might be able to avoid some damage that way. However, it is pretty difficult to do the one-tick prayer flicking while also red-clicking on all the tiles and bones and stuff. So I may just do like a kill or two without prayer flicking just to kind of get the mechanics down and get comfortable with it. All right, there's our first crazy archaeologist kill. We got some onyx bolts and a looting bag. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport out. I did not conserve my prayer at all. I just wanted to kind of see if it was possible to get a kill and see if it was even possible to get over there. So now that we know that it is and we have a method of getting over there, I'm gonna go re-gear and try again. All right, so we've re-geared. We're gonna go ahead and teleport back, and I actually logged in on my main just to kind of like see if I could find any usable red clicks, and I think I can reach, yep, there it is. The small fishing net up by the crazy archaeologist is red clickable from the teleport, so that will save us a ton of time per trip teleporting back. I might mark that tile or something just so I can see it a little easier from the teleport. But as of right now, that is going to be our method of getting up to the ruins from that teleport spot. All right, and there's kill number 2 under our belt. Much better second kill compared to the first one. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with the red clicking on the tiles and moving out of the way of the Rain of Knowledge attack, while also prayer flicking. Still not where I would like to be. I think that's just going to come with practice. But I think that compared to the first trip, this is already going much better, and I'm thinking we can probably get some multiple kill trips out of this. All right, well, we would have been able to get a third kill on this trip, but I've run out of death runes, so I'm going to go ahead and leave and grab some more runes and come back for trip number 3. All right, and there's kill number 3 for some potatoes with cheese. And kill number 4, second of the trip, for some cannonballs. And we also got the combat achievement for, I believe that's doing a kill without getting hit by the Rain of Knowledge attack. So that's pretty cool to get that. And there's kill number 8 for a 4-dose prayer potion. That's super useful. I think I am going to use this to help extend my trips. I have quite a bit of food left over in my inventory, and I'd rather use up the prayer potions now than try and save them for the fight caves, because I'm just going to make some more prayer potions anyways. So I think it'd just be more beneficial to use the potions I get as drops to extend these trips. And there's kill number 10, which also gets us the Crazy Archaeologist Champion combat achievement. That will be the end of our first hour of killing the Crazy Archaeologist. We do need to go reset our death pile, and we used the last of our burning amulet charges, so we need to go make a new burning amulet. So we're going to reset the pile, make new jewelry, and then head back up there for session number 2. Nope. Okay. We are going to find a different world. All right, and there is kill number 15. And there is kill number 19, which will wrap up this hour of Crazy Archaeologist killing. We are averaging about 9 or 10 kills before we need to go re-gear and reset the death pile. So on average, we should be looking at about 2.5 hours to see a single rune crossbow drop. We haven't seen one yet, but hopefully soon. So we're gonna re-gear and keep going. And there is another person. I am going to log out. I don't think they were a PKer. They were probably just here to kill the Crazy Arc, but I'm not going to take that chance. Oh, okay. Well, that is the Malediction Shard 2. That is the rarest and I believe most expensive drop from this boss. It's 1 in 256, so literally 10 times more rare than the crossbow, which we have not seen yet. So I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to finish the Malediction Ward. I was not expecting to get that on this grind, but still kind of a neat drop to have. I might just put it in the looting bag for now and hold on to it. We'll see what I do with that. And there is kill number 25 for some Onyx Bolt tips, as well as the Crazy Archaeologist Adept combat achievement, which I believe means that we have now green-logged the combat achievements for the Crazy Archaeologist. Still no rune crossbow, but the kills are getting a little easier, so we're just going to keep going and hopefully get it soon. Alright, took a little bit of a break to come do some agility pyramid. Just needed to make some money to buy some more runes. Our cash stack was pretty much at 0. So now we have 270k to buy some more death runes and continue killing the Crazy Archaeologist for the rune crossbow. Oh, okay. There's a cut dragonstone, which is a 1 in 2000 drop. So nearly 100 times more rare than the rune crossbow we are hunting. And that's our 3rd dragonstone on the account, so I don't even know what we'll make it into. Probably like a combat bracelet or something. And there's kill number 40. Still no rune crossbow, which is a 1 in 25.6 drop. We're about 8.5 hours into the Crazy Archaeologist grind, although it hasn't been 8.5 straight hours of killing the Crazy Arc. We did about an hour of Agility Pyramid, and then this last Topaz Amulet we did, we went about 35 minutes dry getting the Topaz, and then we went to cut it and ended up breaking it and had to get another one. So just to make the Burning Amulet this last time was like 45 minutes. So this is a pretty inefficient way for a normal account to kill this boss, but you know, it's efficient for me, so we're gonna keep going, and you know, the rune crossbow's gotta be here soon. Oh, and there's another prayer potion at kill number 47. We are getting a little better at prayer flicking. I think we even had like a 5 kill trip last time without any prayer pots. So we are getting better, but having these prayer potions to help extend the trips is just making this grind go a little bit faster. So that's super nice. I'm glad we have those. Oh, that's a PK. We are going to run away. And, okay. And he logged out. I'm going to try and finish this kill. Apparently I wasn't a tasty enough loot pinata for him to go for. Alright, and another milestone kill coming in here. This will be kill number 50. Still no rune crossbow. Wait. Okay, we just got our 2nd Malediction Shard, and I don't know if I should be excited or like a little upset. Well, we did get another XP lamp, so that's 23 herb lore. But yeah, 2nd Malediction Shard. That's kind of bizarre. Those are 1 in 256, 10 times more rare than the rune crossbow that we're going for. And we now have 2 of them on the account without a single crossbow drop. Yes, there it is. There it is. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, let's fucking get out. Holy shit. There it is. We have our crossbow. Oh, okay. Man, 59 kills. That's honestly not super dry. Man, I'm still I'm a little jittery. Let's go get our stuff back off the ground. And 59 kills later, we have our rune crossbow. Oh, it looks so nice. I know it says we have 2, but that's just a single drop of 2 crossbows. And of course, we have the 2 Malediction Ward shards as well, which is kind of bizarre. Was not expecting at all to get one of those. So that's pretty cool. We also got our Dragon Stone and a couple other neat drops. Yeah, we can be done with this and move on to Herblore, which is our last obstacle before we take on the Fight Caves. So, now that I finally have my rune crossbow, I can make and use the broad bolts that I unlocked in the last episode. That means that there's only a few items left of my Fight Caves checklist, being the damaged book and the snakeskin boots. I'll also need to finish getting 38 Herblore, but most of that will be from quest rewards and XP lamps. There's Alfred Grimhand's bar crawl completed. There's Horror from the Deep completed. Nice and easy quest. And that of course unlocks the damaged book, which was one of the 3 remaining items on our Fight Caves checklist. There's the Shades of Morton quest completed, as well as 25 Herblore. There's Jungle Potion completed. And there's Big Chompy Bird Hunting completed, which gets us 39 cooking. There is Zogre Flesh Eaters completed, which should give us a couple Herblore levels. Yep, there we go, 28 Herblore. Nice. There's Death Plateau completed. The Troll Stronghold has been completed. Making history completed. So some of these quests I've been doing are just so I could come to the Varrock Museum and claim these antique lamps, which of course I'm just going to put on Herblore. And if my math is right, this should get us up to 30 Herblore. Perfect. Quick little level, 31 Herblore. We can now do the Edgar's Ruse quest. So I used all the seeds that we got by killing ogres in the last episode to plant some strawberries and Raynar weeds, and we do need 1 Raynar for Edgar's Ruse, so I'll go ahead and pick that real quick. This will be the first Raynar we are farming on this account. I mean, obviously we are going to need to farm quite a few more in order to make all of the prayer potions we need for the Fight Caves, but I have all of those Raynar and strawberry plots growing currently. For anyone wondering how I would go about doing this troll maze with only red clicks, the first step is you click the Goutweed crate. And that's about it. Easy. And with that, Edgar's Ruse is completed, and we get an absolutely massive chunk of Herblore XP that bumps us up all the way to 36. Meaning we are only 2 levels away from our goal of 38. Big level coming in, 70 ranged. I'm just over here killing some Chaos Druids to get some herbs to finish off the last little bit of Herblore XP. I actually changed my mind and decided to come finish some of the achievement diaries. So there's the Varrock Easy Diary completed. There we go, we get the Varrock Armor 1, which isn't super useful for us, but what is useful is this antique lamp, which we are, of course, putting on Herblore. Yep, 2500 XP, and that gives us 37 Herblore. Just 1 level to go. There's a little surprise fishing level there, 36 fishing, but more importantly, the Easy, Lumbridge, and Draenor diaries have been completed, so we can go get another XP lamp reward from Hades Kazianus over here. And there we go, 38 Herblore. We can now make prayer potions. That'll be super, super nice. And more importantly, that is the last skilling requirement on our Fight Caves checklist. So all we have left is to make the snakeskin boots, and then we're ready to start gearing for the Fight Caves. Just doing a bit of agility pyramid to replenish our cash stack. It was getting a little bit low, and we're going to need to buy some unfinished broad bolts for this next part. So I figure as long as I'm making these broad bolts, I might as well make all of the ones I'm going to need for the fight caves. I'm estimating I'm going to be using about 600 to 700 per attempt if I make it all the way to Jad, but I really don't know how many attempts this is going to take me. So I'm just going to make 1500 and go from there. There we go, 1500 broad bolts. Actually puts us up to around 1700 broad bolts because we had made some earlier. That should be plenty. So in order to make the snakeskin boots, I'm going to need snakeskin, which I make from snake hide, which is only dropped by 3 different snakes in the game. Zulrah drops snake skin, but I'm not anywhere near Zulrah yet. And the 3 snakes are the hoop snakes on Fossil Island, the snakes on Mosla Harmless, and these bush snakes, which are the only ones I currently have access to. They're on Karamja. They're part of the Taiwanai village cleanup minigame, and they just pop out randomly when you're doing the mini game. So all I'm doing is I'm just hopping worlds and seeing if there are any of these bush snakes that have spawned for other people, and I'm just killing them, collecting the hides, and should have enough for snakeskin boots shortly. And then we turn our snake hides into snake skins. Let's go get a needle and thread and make our boots. And there they are, the snake skin boots. That is the last item on our Fight Caves checklist, which means that we have all the skills, we have all the gear that we need, and the last thing to do is to prep for our first Fight Caves attempt. I'm sure there's a more efficient way to do this, but currently I'm just unnoting the Raynar weeds that I just picked and noted at the leprechaun, turning them into unfinished Raynar potions, and then I will go to Remington and pick up some snape grass and turn them into the final prayer potions. Shoot, only 1 inventory space. I did not plan this very well. I guess I'll drop these. This is gonna take a long fucking time. Alright, thank God these ones are done. Shit. No, fuck it, those are staying on the ground. Okay, so I'll unnote these, drop those, unnote the basket, fill, unnote the strawberries again. Drop the basket that I filled. Fucking Jesus Christ. Fill and drop. Unnote. Shit. Okay, so drop that and then fill or unnote fill basket. Fill the basket and drop. Okay, where's the fucking strap? Wait. No, that's not it. Wait. Okay, yeah. Unnote this. I'll drop the filled basket and I'll use the noted basket to get a new one. And I'll fill it. Drop it. Okay, now I need something. And then unnote the strawberries. Fill the basket. Drop the water runes. Unnote the basket. Well, that probably could have gone better. I just finished making the baskets of strawberries and grabbed some karambwans from the pub in Brimhaven, and I put everything else, like my dragon scimitar that I'm not going to need, into the looting bag. I also decided to make a toy doll and grab an easy clue from ham members, since I don't know if there's anything I will be able to red click besides the exit caves and the monsters, so I figured these might help me with navigating around the arena. Here's one last look at our final gear and inventory, and with that, I think it's time for our first ever Fight Caves attempt on No Yellow X. Okay, here we go. So these are all examine options. Okay. So this is why I brought the toy doll and the clue scroll, because I'm gonna need something to red click on so I can save spot some things. Alright, so we have the cave entrance at least. So I could probably come over here and set up the toy doll and clue scroll somewhere near Italy Rock. Alright. Perfect. That's a pretty good location, actually. Okay, and I'll go ahead and drop the clue scroll here, and then that'll give me a nice anchor point where I can red click to return to this spot. Oh, whoops. Took some damage there. I think I turned my prayer on a tick too late. Alright, wave 15, which means we have our first level 180 melee guy. Let's go ahead and actually drop these right here. And I'm just going to pull him up here to the north. Once he's down here, we'll click back. There we go. Alright, and now he is trapped on the north side of Italy Rock, and we could just go ahead and save spot him from here. This will save us quite a bit of prayer potions and food throughout the fight, so we are going to be doing this quite a bit. No, shoot. I forgot to put down something to save my spot. Crap, I guess I'll just prairie flick this one. Oh, think I messed up my timing there. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a second clue scroll so I could just put one on Italy Rock and never have to worry about picking it up. Oh, there we go. Cool. Alright. Back at the safe spot. I guess it wasn't too consequential. I'll just have to make sure I'm better at making sure that I have like a broad bolt or something to click on to get back there. Alright, and almost done with wave 30, which means we will have our first mage spawn right here. There we go. I'm going to have to be careful about prey flicking these guys, because that mage max hit is pretty high. I mean, I'm pretty good on supplies currently, but I know I'm going to have to try and prey flick at some point. Yeah, just that mage can hit really, really high. And then, I guess, additionally, these guys have a melee attack, so I need to make sure I'm staying out their melee distance as well, because that can really do a lot of damage too. Oh, whoops. Shoot. Yeah, just taking a 46 because I messed up my timing. I honestly might have to go back to using the metronome plugin. So I don't know if it's world lag or it's probably just my timing or I'm getting distracted or what, but I just... That's a pretty big mistake, and that'll cost me. But I also don't have enough prayer potions to make it to Jad without prayer flicking, so I'll have to figure something out. Damn it. And that is going to cost me if I keep missing those prayer flicks. Damn. I think I want to try moving this clue scroll down further to the corner. Okay, that's pretty good. Nice. Okay, let's wait, no, we want to take that. That is not the way I wanted that to go. Okay, well, that was a bit of a failed experiment, but at least we have the new location for the clue scroll, so that's good. So I'm on wave 43, but I'm still not super confident about my prayer flicking. So I'm going to try and log out at the end of this wave and switch worlds to see if maybe that helps if I hop to a world with lower ping. Alright, well, hopefully this works. It puts me back in the middle. Well, so I am going to have to reset the clue scroll over there, which is unfortunate because I had a really good spot, but let's go ahead and do that. All right, it's not a bad spot. Alright, wave 46. This will be our first one with the major and the meleeer. Let's see if I can actually trap him. Nope, 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 nope. Sweet. Okay. Alright, in wave 50. Could be doing better on supplies, but, could also be doing worse, so. Whoa, 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 what? Yo! Why did I run in melee range? Hey, Future Quack here. I was watching this when I was editing, and I really don't know what happened. I mean, I clicked the major, and then I clicked to drink my last dose of prayer potion, but then I run into melee distance, but I'm using a ranged weapon. So I think maybe because I drank the last dose of my prayer potion, the Barbarian Vial Smasher effect happened, and that for some reason made me run into melee distance. I'm not entirely sure, but if anyone who's better at the game than me knows, I'd love to hear your thoughts on why this happened in the comments. So thank you. I'm gonna have to watch that back. I have no idea why that happened. Alright, so I'm on wave 53, and I keep taking unnecessary damage from missing prayer flicks. I've been trying to use the visual indicator instead of the metronome, but it's still, I can't get the timing super consistent. I think I might try the metronome and see if that does better. When I was practicing on the Slayer tasks before this, seemed to be the one that worked best for me. I'm just using so many supplies, so yeah, I'm gonna try that. Oh. Yo. What the fuck? This dude. I'm actually taking a shitload of damage from that ranger. Are you kidding me? The fuck was that? Shit. Well, I just took like 70 damage and one wave from a fucking ranger. So that used up the rest of my food, and I still have 6 waves left to go. I can't exactly afford to tank the ranger anymore, so I think I just need to pull the major over. Did that work? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm actually kind of proud of how clean that was. Oh hey, we just got a hit points level. We are now level 69. I mean, come on, that has to be a sign, right? This runs the run, yeah? Alright, so nearly done with wave 61, which means next wave is the last one before Jad. And it's kind of an important wave because I forgot to check which rotation I was on. So wherever the orange major spawns right now is where Jad will spawn. Oh, freaking perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, because when Jad spawns, I could just trap him just like this, the way I have these two guys trapped. So it's actually really lucky. Down to 2.5 prayer potions, no food. Fortunately, the prayer flicking does seem to be working a lot better now with the metronome. I also just noticed that I have been in here for 3 hours and 7 minutes, so I really don't want to fuck this up now. There it is. Holy crap. Man, my hands are like so shaky right now. I'm super nervous. All right, here goes. All right, they're the healers. It's 1. It's 2. 3. Last one. 1. Okay. Wait. Which one did I miss? Shit. Fuck. What just happened? Everything seemed to be going smoothly up until Jad dropped below 50% hit points, which causes the 4 healers to spawn. Usually this isn't a big deal, since all you have to do is either kill them or attack them to make them focus on me instead of healing Jad. Once you aggro or kill all 4 healers, you're basically home free and can finish the Jad kill. So what did I do wrong? Well, after rewatching the clip, I realized my mistake happens right here. Did you catch it?
If you look closely, you can see I was hovering over the attack option for the second healer, and as I looked up to check Jad's attack animation, my mouse moved up slightly and I clicked on attack Jad instead. So that was my first mistake, thinking I clicked to attack the healer behind Jad, whereas I'm actually attacking Jad right now. So I watch for my attack animation, confident that I've successfully aggroed the second healer, and click to attack healer number 3. So right now I'm looking to make sure I click the correct healer, so I completely missed the hit splat on Jad. This was my second mistake, since if I had noticed this hit splat on Jad and not the healer, I would have known what was wrong and could have likely fixed it. After this, I aggroed the third and fourth healers, completely unaware that I'd messed up, and I start to run toward the cave entrance to pull the healers away. However, Jad still has the glowing light above his head, which means he's still being healed, which means that I missed one or more healers. So I start immediately trying to track down which of the healers I missed, and while I'm distracted, I completely miss a prayer swap, and Jad KOs me with a 55. So, after 3 hours and 15 minutes of tedious, red-click-only fight caves, I end up dying on the final wave. To healers. Well, let's try again. I decided to restock my baskets of strawberries first, while I had ample inventory space to do so. I didn't have any strawberry plants remaining, so I stole what I needed from the Hosidia's fruit stalls. I then grabbed an easy and a beginner clue from the goblins and Lumbridge and headed off to make my potions and food. Fortunately, I was able to harvest enough Raynars from my remaining herb patches, so I didn't need to plant anything new. Making the potions went way smoother this time around, as did filling the strawberry baskets.
Okay, so we're all geared up and ready for attempt number 2. I kept basically the same setup but made some minor adjustments. I swapped the Ring of Recoil out for the Explorer's Ring to gain an extra +1 prayer bonus. I also decided to bring 1 extra prayer potion and 2 extra baskets of strawberries instead of the 4 karambwans I brought in my first run. Also, for this run, I'll be selecting my wave rotation. For context, the Fight Caves has 15 possible rotations that control where each of the monsters spawn for each wave. This changes every minute, so by entering the Fight Caves at a certain time, you can quote-unquote choose which rotation you get. I'll be going with rotation 2 because I think the spawn locations for rotation 2 work well for my setup. Coincidentally, this is the same rotation I accidentally chose for my first attempt. And with that, let's jump back into Fight Caves attempt number 2. Okay, yeah, this is a really good clue scroll location. I'm having this bottom corner that'll let me pull some monsters over into this little alcove. Another change I made from the first run is I actually brought 2 clue scrolls, so I can just keep this one here indefinitely, and then I'll put the second one on Italy Rock. And then I'm thinking that I'll just fill up my inventory with strawberries as I use food to heal. That way I don't accidentally pick up the clue scrolls and lose the spot. Alright, and there's clue scroll spot number 2. Alright, nearly done with wave 30, so we're going to get our first major spawn here. I feel like I'm doing pretty well compared to the first run. I think the first run at this point I had 2 full prayer potions. I don't remember how much food I'd eaten, but I've only had 3 sips of prayer potion, and eaten 2 foods so far, and I'm 40 minutes in. Oh, I think I was a bit late turning my prayer on there. It's actually the first prayer flick I've missed this run, so still doing pretty well. I think most of the damage I've taken so far has been from the melee blobs. The metronome's been helping immensely so far. Oops, I think I messed that up. Yep. Oh, okay, well, only 13. Could have been worse, but that's my second missed prayer flick. That was super clean. All right, wave 62, last one before Jad. Just have these 2 majors, and then we're on to the last wave. All right, here we are again. We're not gonna mess it up this time. It's been a really clean run, actually. We have a ton of supplies left. Way better than our first Jad attempt. I think we had like 2 potions left and no food. So we're doing way better already. I just need to make sure I don't screw up the healers. All right, let's do this.
Alright, they're the healers. Okay, healer 1 confirmed. The second one confirmed. It's number 3. That's 4. Let's make sure he's not healing. Nope, not healing. Let's wait for one more. Okay, range. Okay, I think I got him. He's not glowing anymore, so I don't think he's healing. I just need to kill these 2. And then I'll go back to finish the kill. Alright, so the first 2 healers are dead. Okay. Let's finish this. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill one more healer. Alright, he's dead. He's dead. And the last guy's trapped behind Jad, so now I just need to finish the kill, and we're home free. There it is. There it is. Let's go. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. God, I'm fucking shaking right now. Oh my god. There it is. We got the Frog Prince here, just popping up to say congrats. Oh, there it is. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 48 seconds. We have our fire cape on no yellow X. Oh god, that feels so good. And I think the next obvious step is to build a cape rack in our POH so we can store this thing. Alright, cape rack is built. We can now store our no yellow X fire cape. It is without a doubt the longest and most challenging fight caves attempt I've ever done. Here's a look at the stats. Man, that feels good to finally have. Yes, the only question I have now is, what do I do next?